Спасибо. Святая Русь. Спасибо. Так. Я, возможно, первую ночь слишком рано спать лег. У меня подсказка то, что большинство людей ложатся спать после 21 или немного позже. Ночью улицы гораздо пустыннее, к 2 засыпают абсолютно все. Возможно, есть смысл до 2 ночи потусить, чтобы все спали, чтобы какой-нибудь что-нибудь там узнать, что-нибудь посмотреть. Ну, это ладно, мы еще подумаем. Это первое прохождение. Вот он висит. Диско-шарыч.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit.
Меня зовут Гарри.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone.
Нифига.
Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thigh? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go.
Так.
Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Ну, в 7:30 проснулся. Он же не накидался.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system.
Сколько же он херачил, марафонил наркотики и бухло.
Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week? Let's suit yourself. Slow, sad.
У него так вода и бежит.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it.
Ну как светло. А этот здесь, чувак?
The door is this door still.
Ну ладно. Продолжаем, как говорится, расследование, да? Ух ты, вот они, профсоюз.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. Everything points to the dock workers' union. The tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union.
Мгм.
These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Последнее очко. Все, теперь можно еще что-то будет качать. Не знаю, правда, зачем это внутреннюю империю, но интуиция это интересно.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Дебардер. А кто тут дебардер? Это кто такой?
In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good.
Вообще я
A
бы...
power move. Purposefully concentrate on something. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say?
They
Нет,
know how
пока
to
рано
lead.
еще.
They think they own the place.
Я бы сейчас к ним не пошел разговаривать, на самом деле.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting?
Не пизди.
Just a moment. And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Все компенсирую.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make the union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone
Здорово.
booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Сейф лот? А я еще пока только один раз загружался, сохранялся.
The manager
Ну,
was
типа, пока у
vague
меня все
about it.
более-менее гладко идет по плану. А потом посмотрим. Привет!
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman whose house
Я
sitting
тоже
for
пробовал,
us
но я
know
упал
that we
вроде.
may
А,
be
нет, он не
delayed.
стал, у него просто типа
Morel,
это...
my husband, and our
Не стал
friend
прыгать, у меня
Gary were
атлетики нету.
supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're
А,
still
и чё,
missing, and
нифига
I
себе.
haven't heard
Я...
from them.
А я думал, тут залочен шанс. Ну, типа, к сюжету. Типа, если шанс есть, ты не можешь. Оказывается, это настоящий шанс. Офигеть. Прикол.
I was also hoping
У меня там
she heard from
3%.
Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always... But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying
Ну, это
an
прикольно, когда не первый раз,
extremely
например,
rare
проходишь.
species. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. Oh, sweetie, it's nothing. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
A lot of
I
crime.
can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry.
The lieutenant doesn't want to agitate the war. Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Криптозоологическая
Some
загадка.
fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose... it
Начало
won't hurt to
крутое.
keep an eye
Но он не
out.
то что скуф, он уже прям этот старик. Вроде как. Если ему 35 лет, конечно, это будет еще лучше.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, oh, yes.
It's
Что
a
такое криптозоология?
pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research.
That's one
А, вот
opinion,
почему
yes.
лиценз скептически
And people are
настроен, потому что
entitled
это
to their
псевдотипа
opinions.
наука.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of searching for such species called cryptids is difficult.
Когда
She's
говоришь,
completely
время быстрее идет, вот
internalized
это
her
вот.
husband's struggles. They are her own. Sometimes the most charming thing you can do is be.
I suppose you could use a break and I could use a...
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
He nods and assumes. Ooh, tough choice there.
Самый большой, самый маленький, самый опасный. На ручке, что вам не дали, тоже рептид. Бывают невидимые рептиды.
Yes. It's the kind green ape.
Да, мне нравится, я прям слушаю, наслаждаюсь.
Undiscovered species in the
Очень
genus
хорошо.
Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war.
Лечил
The
раненых
kind
слюной,
green
чё?
ape would visit. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing
Ничего
back
себе.
limbs, regaining their sight. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same type, which is to say, the kind green ape is a species
Добрая зелёная
with which we
обезьяна.
share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own.
Прям как с твоим напарником. Она чё, расистка?
The lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saelites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior, for example.
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough.
Ну, надо с
You
ним...
promised you'd only ask a...
The
Надо
lieutenant,
быстренько все
something in
поговорить.
him breaks.
Ah, fuck it.
Fuck it.
The
Он даже
answer
материться
is
начал.
yes, there is an invisible cryptid, the Koldamama or
Колдо Мамадаква.
Call
Но я не хочу, на
Mama
самом деле, все это слушать. Я хочу просто поболтать. Мне неинтересно про
many
криптидов.
scientists. It could be plenty. When playing back, the scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what
She transforms when speaking about these strange animals.
they
Хоть
realized.
тетеньке поможем. Давай, давай, давай.
Sequester time that they tried to...
This lady really should be a Psst. They cancel each other out.
Exactly.
Great regret.
After that, the...
Of
Great
course.
regret.
I'm glad...
Всё.
What about what?
Ну, блин, на это время тратится.
Of
Мне почему-то
course,
кажется, что на
dear.
это не стоит время тратить. Вот,
dear.
Морелла. Как муж выглядит.
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but...
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Oh, well, he's a bit
Не жестко,
shorter than
коренастый.
you, but with a
Длинные седые
larger
волосы,
frame,
редко
and
расчесанные.
he has
The lieutenant pulls out his
Короче,
notebook.
Эйнштейн,
one
понятно.
other thing. He'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Via dating agency. I'm ashamed.
She's skipping over some important parts.
I hope I've been useful.
Все, спасибо.
Do you feel that? Of
Да.
course you do. You don't even know what it is you're feeling. The time has come to connect to RVD HQ. By establishing a connection, you
Everything all right, detective? This again? Come on, detective.
Просто он сейчас будет связываться с отрядом
ignore the
дальновидцев.
lieutenant. He's never connected with anything paranatural. It takes time to block out the sounds of the world. But once you do, it's like you're on a wavelength.
Oh, for God's sake.
Bzzzt. Do you copy? This acknowledged. Connection established. Bzzzt. Welcome aboard, remote viewer.
Все. Я ремоут вьювер. Ничего себе, там ножичек
The
острый.
man pondered.
Так, тут, наверное, тоже закрыто.
Let me hand Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is
Her entire character has
Реально,
shifted.
такая крутая сразу
This
стала.
young woman is cold as ice.
yes, extremely normal. I'm not a gardener, by the way. So let's get to it.
Юрисконсульт, блин.
You're looking for Titus Hardy. You think he has information that will help you. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have what you want is of no significance.
То есть им
officer.
вообще плевать на официальную полицию.
Don't
Абсолютно.
trust your authority.
Реально.
I saw what you were thinking. You want to say, what are you going to do to me? You will not lose out on anything good by not saying it.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent...
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, Тит Харди.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's.
Не будем пока с Титом разговаривать. Так, а что у меня тут? У меня мысль какая-то появилась, да? Временный бонус за исследование минус 1 восприятие. Закрой глаза, пусть сознание потечет вперед. Острая боль заполняет твое тело, открывается внутренний взор. Вихрь сущностей. А это что мне даст? Минус 1 авторитет. Осталось час 52. Ну, надо вот это выучить. Нет, я пока не буду с ними идти разговаривать. Мне еще есть о чем побеседовать.
Could it be the Koldamama Dakwa? There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal. But you're not a regular animal. You're not even a regular cop. You see.
No, I don't hear the Koldomama Dakwa.
Колдомама Даква. Здорово, Антох. Да ничего, блин. Наслаждаемся.
He's deaf. There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long... It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will... Oh no. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated...
Колдомама Даква. Так, пойду. Бутылки есть еще где-то подбирать? Эти здесь сидят? Нету. О, я в эту сторону-то вообще не бегал. О, нифига себе! Я тут вообще еще не был! Зачем я так рано спать лег в тот раз?
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand.
Don't be shy.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic.
Серф, ветер, лето, 100% непромокаемое. И спорт.
Surf.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty.
Нет, я не буду это покупать, спасибо.
You see two
это чё у него?
defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically.
I can see you have a taste for luxury, officer.
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly...
Какие-то кроссовки, понятно, в 51 году. Sneakers.
Only? That's madness.
Охренел,
These once
50.
respectable speakers have been conquered. Reduced.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneak. These, officer? These speakers are
Хлам из Самары.
garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Хлам из Самары. Понял.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic.
Самарской Народной
Produced under
Республики.
the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Под диктатурой пролетариата. Алло. Блин, Саня бы сейчас порадовался. Здорово, Даш. Ну, это вообще параллельное. Тут типа... Это тяжело очень сказать. Не поймешь, это вообще все по-другому. Но психологически эра начала 20 века. Чуть дальше, там, 10-е годы начала 20 века. Это вот по соотношению. То, что там на рабочие, стачки, коммунизм, либерализм, фашизм, вот это все. Там уже 40 миллионов коммунистов истребили. Ну, короче, дух такой.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're, well, if you want. But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speak, if, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra.
Да тут все, тут очень все перемешано. Там современные
So you
трактора,
have to
всякие
buy
эти
the
автомобили.
sneakers first.
Короче, колонки мне для чего-то нужны будут. Ну, давай с этим
You
поболтаем.
see a Samaran street vendor surrounded
Самарийца.
by a motley
Вот он.
assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, the name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy
Хорошо, на
shopping,
Ютубе они
officer.
будут.
Everything's cool here.
Там удобней. Там можно короче. Что круто?
Everything's cool. The goods are
У
yours.
него все круто.
Very cool. Bang, 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 bang. You're right, officer. 100%. No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium men's
Причем
wear
это, походу,
instead.
специально, когда разговариваешь, они сделали так, что если ты даже будешь все скипать, все равно время пройдет разговор, который должно пройти во время разговора.
Only the coolest goods in
Вот это вот.
Nebashal.
То есть
I've got
гораздо
sneakers,
лучше все целиком
speakers,
послушать, и время пройдет
really
столько
comfy
же.
pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom. I'm an entrepreneur.
No shame, only
officer.
freedom.
I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers.
Все они крутые и
wholesalers.
честные у нее
Oh, good
поставщики.
job, officer.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks.
Ну да.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their...
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders.
My man, officer, you make all this
Вообще там
possible.
реально
Gossip is a
профсоюз за
fine,
все
filmy
это.
substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
Hyper cool. No need for discounts at
Усиление,
officer.
силень.
But did he first mark them up 100%?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. Anything for you.
Риторика 28. Получится, может? Риторику вообще прокачать бы. Но это интеллект. Не знаю, не знаю. Столько еще статов, которые хочется вкачать. Пока оставим. Так, а что за Омадаква? Даже неизвестно. Блин, у меня теперь и вот... И вот это хочется вкачать. И вот это хочется вкачать. Ну ладно. Так, это что такое?
There's a pile of cheap
You like
Солнцезащитные
sunglasses?
очки.
abort. These are hideous.
Damn,
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Минусов. Ну, как я понял, это минус авторитет.
Блять!
А стоп, покопаться в коробке, что будет? Блять! Я сохранился же? Я же вроде быстро квиксейв сделал. Нет? Ну, хуй с ним. Я не сделал квиксейв.
These are all boring. Boring third rate. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material.
No luck.
Oh, that.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure.
Ну, а там потом, когда ты исследуешь, там это будет плюс. Это временный стат, минус стат, пока ты исследуешь. Так, эти очки что дают? Плюс 1 логика, минус 1 авторитет. Электрохимия. А, это наркоманские очки, поэтому они электрохимию дают. Блин, а может я их продать смогу? Электрохимия. Вот этот наркоманский прикид можно, короче, одеть. Все, что электрохимия дается. С пакетиком ходит. Офигеть, я вообще сюда ни разу не заходил вниз. О, сейчас мы наберем еще мусора. О, еще помойка. Найс. Помойка это что значит? Это сейчас полицейский, который все пропил. Плюс 1 здоровье. Very nice. Перчатки без пальцев. Реально, это бомжовский, этот наркоманский прикид можно собрать. На электрохимии, на амфетаминах двигаться. Осуждаю.
Good morning to you, officers.
Человек на шлюзе.
Hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a
Салями.
generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into...
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company
Hold on.
and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt.
Блин, а вы играли? Нет, тут есть... Зависит от того, сколько дней я буду здесь крутиться и все
He
делать.
seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign.
The words, Daredevil Driver.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here, especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed
Вот там
off
дальше
till
по берегу,
then.
там как
Well,
раз
there's the
муж с
fishing
этим,
village, an abandoned fish market,
вроде. А,
a
или он не в эту
bizarro
сторону пошел.
church. Not much use to the congregation, though. Yeah, not really much else. Just bomb. Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
Салями жирненькая, хорошая. Это что такое?
A couple of indicator
Панель
lights. This
управления
panel
шлюзом.
usually closes the waterlock. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on when...
Шлюз. Ну, надо как-то поднять это дело. И что, неужели смогу эквилибристикой здесь пройти? Нет, давайте сначала вот сюда пройдем. Что это такое? Ломбард. О, ломбард. Иди-ка сюда. Рой. Рой. Какое-то устройство, древний кассовый аппарат. Бюст женщины. Надпись на табличке Day. В темноте крутится кинопроектор. В основном военной формы есть парочка более экстравагантных предметов одежды.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in
Справа
rags,
мухи так этот
others
кинопроектор
in bright blue
шумит.
uniforms.
Я же,
All are
он
stern
справа от меня
and
офигенно.
unyielding. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man with...
Oh, that's the headless phone rider. There's been a lot of interest in that particular figurine.
He doesn't elaborate on these wrong
Плохие руки.
I've heard about it. I've heard the headless phone rider ride the headless bull.
Yes, there are several competing versions of the story.
Интересно, я смогу ему
but
весь
I
свой
believe
инвентарь
this
продать?
figurine is a more canonical. The headless phone rider. It's an urban legend about a man
спортивном
who
костюме
rides
Фаун
the
на-
streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit, 50 cents, bargain price. Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky?
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. Yes, this sounds off.
Так я ж купил
Big
типа
men
хорошую.
Frank on edge.
alone. They're not all.
This is what the lawyer...
Which ones?
This
А, ну я уже
Your
купил
prop-
типа
I
ту,
think
которую
their
надо.
poverty has been made.
he seems to have his own.
Да, все, она еще нормальную купил уже. А это
The
что такое?
boomboxes on the shelf
Полка с
look well
магнитолами.
loved. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old.
Стерео
handle.
8.
This is you. Gold.
Золотой,
and
оранжевый, закатная
Just
сюита.
make sure it works before you.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats. If police work means playing tapes, sure.
Like a
Сколько он
beach
стоит?
party. With
Theoretically, yes. But we don't have time right now.
На пляжную
It's
вечеринку.
generally murder investigation first, then beach party. That is the unofficial RCM motto.
it's not.
Неофициальный девиз РГМ. Сначала работа, потом вечеринка.
Absolutely.
Ну не, пока не будем покупать. Давайте тебе, я лучше
It's not
тебе что,
often,
давай
what
продам.
can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of
Who are your customers usually?
all kinds of people come through here. Locals, as you can see, I have a. It keeps me entertained.
Ой, хочу
Let me
кое-что
have a look.
продать. Хочу продать
I'm not
одежду.
purchasing any more,
А,
and
одежду не
especially
покупает.
that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Некротический предмет. Он что, пытался на этом галстуке повеситься?
mother is a necrotic object. I'm fun. Look at me sparkle.
Походу, да.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Так, а как продать-то? А, вот. Так я не хочу их выкупать. Платок лейтенанта. Ну ладно, лучше не буду. А вот это я купил сам. И эту ручку, наверное, не стоит продавать. У меня вообще потому что нет ручки, а надо бы что-нибудь записать когда-нибудь. Ну ладно. 16.86, ну в принципе...
Another time, perhaps. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is.
Он заложил пистолет!
Did feel as if you've met before. Oh God.
Он заложил свой пистолет!
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another.
You...
We've came here too. That just sounded really, really.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a
Пипец,
service
как он
weapon
накидывался,
of the
ужас.
And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long.
He's not telling you the whole story. It's.
You weren't quiet. Yourself, officer. You were very distraught.
У него он сходил обдолбан с такими кошачьими глазами, как говорила девочка.
That you can't trust yourself with it tonight.
А, и он
And
застрелиться,
that
видимо,
when I
хотел.
said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it. 15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. This has got to be the most. There's pity there too, in case you didn't notice.
No apologies necessary, officer. She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept
мусорка, это та.
referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found, truth be told, she was
графичица.
terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find.
My apologies, officer, but
A needle in a haystack.
Все,
There is
понятно,
nothing you
мне
can do
кажется.
about it now. You just have to.
Мусорка.
of course. I doubt it. I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad. I do my best to keep my...
The pawnbroker's gaze is already.
Sure thing. Sure, man.
Пистолет тоже все узнали.
The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry. I would never have
Он
guessed that
тоже
you were
такой
that interested in
В
ultrasonic
этот
sound.
возвышенный чувак.
Or birds, for that matter.
У меня есть хобби, как у всех нормальных людей, потому что я нормальный человек.
That's fair. I just... It's been a long time since my Coldima Madakwa hunting days. Once knew a group, cool or not. One of them was obsessed with recording
Coldima
the
Madakwa.
Coldima Madakwa. And he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of... We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None of
Do we really have time for this?
this recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz.
As the hum grows louder, modulating, but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest. Not good, not good. You're about. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher seabirds most likely.
And skewers, but
a low range of sound
Чё, сейчас опять мне хп
handle
кончится?
with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea.
Просто можно помереть от того, что послушал ультразвук, и сердце остановит. Пипец.
You know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Mamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong.
Так это что такое?
Typical Martinez Street. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone. This would make quite a...
Yes, officer. As you see, it was brought to me to...
We are not here to investigate the theft of... You have to admit it's rather clever.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not...
Просто фонарь. Так, надо бутылочки сдать еще, блин. Так, еще надо чекнуть вот здесь вот, что я могу сделать вот здесь вот?
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright, judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber.
Столкновение с моторной машиной.
Probably a motor vehicle.
Он нифига себе.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 30.
Нифига у него дедуктивное мышление, реально.
Black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of... The panel served as a takeoff ramp. The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upset. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting within the past 72 hours.
Пипец, у него дедукция.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into... There are two good candidates. The Caprice, it's about the right size. And the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery
Полицейских, переодетых полицейских стриптизеров, раздетых
very
стриптизеров.
sturdy but light motor carriage. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model. Due to you'd have to follow the lieutenant looks on.
Так.
Any theories about what happened here? What kind of car do you think it was? That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh. The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this. The lieutenant consoles.
Полицейского волнон, типа, это значит, он может читать мысли своих коллег полицейских? Только сейчас догадался до этого.
The crumpled salmon. The lieutenant.
Получается так. Так, а все, дальше я не пройду. А как вот с тем чувачком поболтать, побазарить? Никак? А, он просто стоит там, грустный. Ладно. Теперь нам надо... Так, может мы звякнем сюда сейчас? Что-нибудь тут новое будет? Новый вариант? Ничего нового нет. Тем более я обещал Сильвии тоже не звонить. Ты, может, что мне скажешь новенького? Мне нужно к тетке там подойти. И наверх я еще не поднимался туда, где... Стачка эта. Так, вот сюда сдавать сдачи, да? Плюс 1 реал, хорошо. 17.86, мне в принципе немного. Это мне, чтобы переночевать осталось денег. Что это за мысль была? Мысля. масля невероятная. В случае забастовки откройте крышку и нажмите на кнопку. Понял.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Дегенеративную сущность.
Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow
Вершина
of this
расового
social
совершенства.
pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger.
Sandwich.
Because you are not a threat to me. What is this androgynous display?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely.
Stop it! This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger...
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to Al-Ghul.
Al-Ghul.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making you... No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving order.
Show him the hand still got it.
Нет, если я сейчас поднимусь, он мне въебет и все.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far you gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war. Like you dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quick. You will
Печально фривольно, печалью фривольной поп-культурой.
Isn't that right?
It is, baby, yeah. You...
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
It is my task to keep the degen... Enough with this begging. Bring your troops to the Simenon. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul. Your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
He does not so much as...
Stop showing me your pathetic
Просто хоть всем кружку
I have
показывает.
no interest in it.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets. That's understandable.
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden.
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate youth culture, have you not? You have... Of course it does. You are a degenerate individualist and a rocket. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminese race. I can see that. The Seminese are the South Island race. Haplogroup, we are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with no.
Слышал о словах по радио.
Did not further chase this line of inquiry.
I'm from Couronne, and no, It is not just nebольшой. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secret.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist...
That will be the...
He will grant us three...
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits. A protruding occiput.
The lieutenant does...
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render him a complete invalid. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, the hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union a lot. Now leave me be. Racists are generally not very good examples of their... I am not like them.
Краниометрическое совершенство. Кто ж ты такой?
I have taken you exhibit forward projection of the jaw.
Признак шизофрении и половой распущенности.
Sexual inaccountability. From a purely, it is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Hul. From what remain of your features, this leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common. Your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all rivers holy.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. It's also about that, but it's also more. It's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstance. Incremental. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real tisk-tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to... You may never live to see the Kingdom of Conscience. Your children may not. What rationality? What benevolence? Do you believe the status quo is preferable to chaos?
Согласен с тем, что статус-кво предпочтительнее хаосу и кровопролитию.
There you have it. Sometimes holding the line is progress. The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The Kingdom of Conscience is, it's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Не хочу быть моралистом, очень плохо хочу, но все равно хочу жить настоящим.
What you want is immaterial. The Kingdom of Conscience is...
Не надо мне эти Kingdom of Conscience пока что. Герметичная дверь заперта на электронный замок. Так, теперь. Мы так и не нашли свой пропуск, но мы узнали, что мы заложили свой пистолет. Поэтому сейчас мы идем... Сначала сохраняемся. Так, и мы идем к... этой. Графитчице. Возможно, у нее мой пистолет. Еще бы, конечно, вон там дверь, ту раскрыть эту. Пролетарка.
Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to... Is she such a working class?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even it is. I know you are. What with?
This citizen thinks she can do without your assistance.
Так она же на профсоюз надеется.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with the...
My husband? No, he's... I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Реально, что это?
She gives you a short nod and shifts her attention.
No, absolutely.
She gives you a short nod and shifts her...
I don't mean to...
For what it's worth, I agree.
Nothing.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The story.
The woman...
Все, взял дело. Найти свою...
Rigorous self-critique.
Так, и что теперь за это дается?
Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis,
Серьезно?
crippling him for life. And, above all,
неудачные красные проверки интеллекта и пси восстанавливают боевой дух. Неудачные проверки физ и мод восстанавливают здоровье. И лимит улучшения повышается до 6 болевого порога. Но это, как я понимаю, это же на постоянку. А, нет, это я могу одну только выбрать. Или они все работают? А почему я вот это не могу усвоить? Так, давайте. Так. Нет. Где мысли? Это Т. Почему я не могу усвоить? Разблокировать новую ячейку для исследования. А как я ее разблокирую? Очки навыков тратятся на это. Повышение уровня. Очки навыков. Блин, столько статов разных. Ну-ка, тут она еще.
Hello again, officers.
Так это не она?
Come to admire my mural?
Мусорка, я думал... Мусорка, может, это уборщица?
Give me a moment.
Сегодня в 21:00 мне еще с чуваком там встретиться надо будет, кстати. А здесь другие будут диалоги?
Hello again, officer.
Нет. Так, тогда сохранимся, еще подумаем. У нас есть, остается только женщина. Про контрабанду наркотиков. Но как будто бы стоит это делать, нет? Эй, а как выйти? А, вот выход. Принять, что ли, его предложение?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of... Glad to have been of...
Нет. Мне кажется, это что-то не то. Так. Хорошо, здесь мы были. В 9 вечера мы с тем встречаемся. Сейчас посмотрим, поглядим на детей. Может, детки здесь что-то? Второй день подряд стоит здесь. Так. Тут ничего, да? Ну чё, профсоюз и та тетка. Той тетке нечего. Еще дядькам надо шарик найти. Ну чё, пойдем тогда отдернем занавеску ту. Но там какое-нибудь проклятие сейчас начнется. Они сейчас сами себя убедят в какой-нибудь фигне. Это мать с дочерью. И все, пипец. О, что это за чувачок? Я его не видел раньше. Алкаш?
There. Working class drunk. Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
В стельку пьяный пролетарий, как говорится. Все, отдергиваем.
The curtains, tattered with age and... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary...
I warned you! You're unleashing forces be...
Слегка андрогинный портрет мужчины. Так, вот, печати.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. Only an echo. No one is there.
Никого нет, понял. То есть это можно было сразу сделать. А может, он мне сейчас что-нибудь скажет нового?
I wasn't kidding when I said we're parapsychologically done. You clearly don't expect my help from now on. The back door is locked, and I threw away the key. I won't trifle with such force. Do look at the books, though. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs.
Стеллаж с биографиями, хорошо. Мне нужна книга про какаду.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover. Its beak turns out that there are so many different cockatoos.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Slowly, you move...
Do we really need to do this? I think not.
Жаль, что не могу красть книгу про какаду. Национальная кухня Арды. Арда — это вроде так землю называют у Толкина. Точнее, не землю, а мир. Вроде бы вообще весь.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me...
Так, с этими то есть ничего уже, да?
We're still waiting for a replacement. Ah, yes! King Philip III!
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant.
A superpower! Feared and respected decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something a nation is only as strong as its leader.
Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened.
The carabiner doesn't reply. But no one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid.
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of
Большой любитель припудрить носик.
That's why the Philippian...
Of course.
Philip III.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
From what I've seen of the officers of the RCM... but right.
Hey. Psst, psst. Hey, yes, you. Word on the street is...
Строительство коммунизма снова готов приступить.
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love, too? This conversation isn't really about love. Try to keep up, okay? You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners.
Я ничего такого не говорил.
Who have more than okay, not in so many words, but don't deny it. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism bill? Very well. I guess no objections. It's mathematics. Anyone? There's one. You should build communism precisely because it's impossible.
Да, конечно. Сейчас приду, надо положить покушать. Если что, не готово еще? Ну ладно. Минут 15 у нас есть. Отлично, продолжаем. Так, итого мы имеем Профсоюз, и в принципе все, нам больше нечего делать-то. Да? Профсоюз он и есть, профсоюз. Тут потому что вроде даже пройти никуда нельзя. Можно, конечно, попробовать прыгать за курткой с нулем атлетики, с 3% шансом, с 3%. Пойдем к профсоюзу. Сейчас будет серьезный разговор. Больше не с кем болтать.
This is where you say your bed.
He's used to giving orders and having them obeyed immediately.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you, maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Лейтенант поворачивается к широкоплечему мужчине во главе стола.
Oh, this is about him.
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
О, он под эту фразу проснулся.
Easy, boys. These janitors...
You might want to start asking your questions.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them. Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going... Starting from the right. Boot size,
Дедукция
44.
пошла.
Blonde man, in his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 40 across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43.
И баба вот эта с ним была тоже, значит, вот это вот.
Mesk or Sarah Mauritian in his late... And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch in the far corner. Standard working boot. Steel
у них ноги здоровенные у
toes.
всех.
Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face. Mean, watery eyes. And two from in the middle. Heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying...
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hired.
Holy bloody boy.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Поэтому, блин, сейчас надо, я не могу, не могу escape нажать сейчас. Отлично, сейчас. Подальше отодвину. Так.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks.
The pretty boy. You guys really...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him. But yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was goddamn...
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
They're playing to their considerable strength in numbers. Don't talk about arresting them. You'll only bring attention to your inability to do so.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
20-ка, конечно.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
Doesn't remember them. He just forget.
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
How many people have you sent to the...
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run...
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martin...
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest A. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Когда одна сидела, была паинька. И перчатки отдала, и все.
Titus, keep addressing him. He wants everyone to know he's in charge.
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad.
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius.
I think you got your end.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end.
Known him? We don't...
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed.
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semony written all over him.
A live grenade, right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Samara.
Cause one night he walked straight up to the mic and said, "I'm R&E's goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all."
Нифига.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some R&E's paratrooper song.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there.
This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers.
Это серьезно.
There's slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. "Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt?" Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening?
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
What about him?
Не надо, мне кажется, пушить этот вопрос.
Why?
Блять.
So am I. Now, we hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
You're pretty sure you've had at least 2 years of cop school. And this is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to clarify.
We overpowered him. Dragged his unconscious body to the tree.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
Ну, он сейчас скажет, что их 8 было.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think?
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker.
Titus lets the others clear out the details, so he doesn't get his hands muddy with explaining too much.
Попробуем.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not. This little rat-faced fellow is solid too. Always fidgety, yes, but him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how
Fuck off, Shanky.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you too, copper. Picking on Angus like this.
His all-muscle comment wasn't sarcastic. This one is a stone wall.
Like what, copper?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
Martinez.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals.
Кусты боярышника.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you? I am not.
You could be Liz. You could be anything.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. What are we going to do to you?
You were specifically asked not to say that, and then you said it anyway.
The union isn't going to do anything.
God.
If anything, it is the arse.
Прикольный опыт на халяву. Пойдем к трупаку. О! Как к ней прийти? Там можно еще наверх пройти где-то? Или это у нее номер такой, пентхаус?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. Ha ha ha. Again.
Ну как 83% и неудача? Нет, надо загрузиться.
All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
I'm at a loss.
Sometimes even...
Officer, you just need...
Так, я с ней поговорил, да?
I've got nothing to...
83% успех. Или это сюжетно нельзя? Но я сомневаюсь. Мне кажется, мне просто очень не повезло.
There he still is, looking. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run. The spell has no effect. You stand eye to eye with it, the odor washing through you. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of the material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide most likely. Under the heel, fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one... No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found.
Nice.
Они такой типа называют под одежду.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre. The Mazda. The best merch.
Fucking talking about underpants.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, for a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company, but that's just hearsay. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez.
He's not actually sure of that.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally.
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into small, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials. Like if trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice the whorls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form.
Да, они вместе с ногой отвалится, видимо.
Synthetic.
Откулепится.
The cadaver slowly. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Ничего себе.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not increment. Right now, everything seems to fit their confession. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
The cadaver, an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their... His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination, last or penultimate century. Men who live harsh lives often turn to inauthentic worship. But which one? I see no trace of a humanoid figure.
А где требования для разблокировки вот этого? А, вот. Надо нажать вот сюда просто. Так, и что это? Вот это, мне кажется, вообще не надо. А добавил бы я, например, надо изучить, например... Стоп. То есть, чтобы забыть, тоже тратится очко. Не понял. Ну ладно.
I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open.
A Trigger Sunshine Mini.
Trigger is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Somewhat sure. Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The depths underneath the curdled meat, there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of pleasure.
Да ладно.
This man was experiencing joy at the moment of his death.
I'm gone into the wild pale yonder.
То есть я с ним во сне разговаривал, это голос его же, видимо.
In the past, way out in the... I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny. A killer. A motherfucker. Go ahead, Cobbo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagine.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you! You're wild.
He loves those. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you?
Вообще похож.
Captain Coppadromo, I fear we are drifting away.
He didn't choke himself. You know it.
Maybe I was getting my rock. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation? Captain Coppadromo.
He didn't choke.
Because you're a copperoony. Look at all of them go. Here you go, you fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably...
Но у меня же полностью вкачанное вот это вот. Типа настолько сильное воображение, что там типа реально, типа а-ля связь с потусторонним. Интуиция, чутье, сны на его, видишь? Я полностью вкачал. Вообще, блин. Больше уже нельзя. Мало того, я еще стал чуваком из Ордена Дальновидцев. Мне сейчас мысль надо эту продумать. И все. И я дальновидец стану. Настоящий. Очень нравится.
You might be onto something there. Because you have. Do I remind?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure we got out of that one? Come back later, Corpo. Amuse.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blur. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying...
The monster comes back into focus.
Вот сейчас попробуем снять, но там очень плотный, очень крутой вот это вот. Как его, ремень. А по лестнице не залезть, не выдержит.
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of...
Stop talking in riddles.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno!
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Чё? Да, черт возьми, я...
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what... There's always a chance. We should check for ligament. I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silent. His personality is no longer a part...
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes.
But there is no breath
Вот,
to catch.
снимай.
only the cadaver filling the air.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Of course.
Да, и у мертвеца все спросил. Все.
As you narrow, only the lower the cadaver slowly.
Все нормально.
The steel ring. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a danger.
But what other option?
Someone else? You mean like...
Полицию. Звони в полицию.
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, climb up there, and there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pigs!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one...
Yeah, now we're talking.
No, miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Погоди, давай я попробую. Сейчас он супер похмелье, наркоман возьмет стрелять. А может я хорошо стреляю, если у меня мало трупов.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said. Silence. With and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader. As he then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding town.
God damn it.
He feels bad about his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped. Is Kuno sorry too?
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at...
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim. Any more mistakes could put us in a... I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like... Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika!
У меня есть теперь пистолет.
Yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly
Почему как будто повешенный мне
Your
говорит?
fingers fit right through the guard.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot him.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth?
This isn't mere boundary pushing. There is a true suicidal rage in the kid as she's provoking you.
Направить пистолет на Куну.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming as you wait. Your breathing slows down. Some mosquito...
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty? Or what? You gonna fuck me?
Блин, 28%.
You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Че, попробовать? Wow!
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slumped, looking straight at you, helpless.
Communism.
Так, его убил
It
коммунизм.
takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it is. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a
Получено
horrid
очко
stench.
навыков. Так, что нам еще может пригодиться? Нам что-то по-любому может пригодиться. Но также нам может пригодиться эти мысли качать. А сюда мы засунем Так, Колдо де Мамаква, это вот, это про... Это мистическое животное. Что такое индотриба? Револьшерские индотрибы. Даже не знаю. Ну давайте Колдо Мамаква, мистику.
Ace is high.
The ace is high.
Wow.
The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation.
I knew these guys were
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But it looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy. In the meantime, we should try to interview Evrard Clare, the leader of the Union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. I would also suggest we interview Joyce, the Wild Pines representative. But we've already done that, so good for us. Yes. And those were the interviewees. Let's go.
Отлично. То есть следующий скилл может быть вот это вот что-то вот разблокировать еще, да? Пилотское приветствие. Временный бонус плюс 1 эмпатия по отношению к Киму Кацураги. Угу.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno-S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it.
Fuck you, whisper. If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay?
Давай шушукаться, говорит мусор.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She smoked a man. She's
Так она
done people
пистолет,
in,
значит.
probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm...
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray.
She's
who
not
got
my
in
sister.
Like a mad dog or
Им
something.
вообще на правила английского плевать. She know me sister.
Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for, I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under
Жесть
a pile
какая.
of clothes, like a dog. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno.
Kuno, Kuno-S, two of a kind.
То есть она Куна, а он Кун. Я только сейчас это понял.
Fuck knows. She says it's the crazy people. The fucking Nakis.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really. You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes.
Surois. Like that man from Shelmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suroese community. Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer. Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you... She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still
Жесть, что там происходит?
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is Kuno falls silent.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno was starting to think, yeah. Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
My liege.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat bear, snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know. 'Cause she fucking looks like Kuno. No one knows her name. Kuno told you, this shit was psycho killer.
Нормально опыт поднял.
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen, listen. See, it's Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take...
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand? Alright, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up.
Don't hook him up with
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook. See, it's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. The pan buying shit.
О, я могу
that's
продать
on
ему
now
одежду.
too. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need.
+1 квалибристика, +1 грубая сила. Ну, вообще прикольные штанишки-то. Мне, правда, я все деньги отдам.
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his light. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now Junkie's clawing at Kuno's door. Dirty Popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids. Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
Okay, Kuno's listening. Kuno sees you're too pussy to face Kuno's dad.
Another sane decision, detective.
Kuno doesn't...
Да, что это за девка-то? Может, она сейчас будет говорить со мной?
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig.
Так мы не можем сейчас его
The
смотреть?
lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, Looney Roney. Come back.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow
Yes.
gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the
Привет.
most
Прыгай.
part, maybe I should handle the contacts and you take notes.
Прыгай. Тиск. Прыгай. Сюда. Прыгай. Ну что такое? Прыг? Молодец. Молодец, кошек. Ой, молодец, кошек. Пришла поурчать немножко. Да? Да ты... Это кошек. Мясом пахнет. Будет тебя слышно в микрофоне, Триск? Нет? Слишком тихо? Слишком тихо она. Да? У меня нет там АСМР функции включенной такой специальной. Кош. Кошек. Молодец. Молодец.
You're being handled. If you resist now, he will turn on his heavy-duty authority mode. You will get...
That's right.
Заслужить высочайшее доверие Кима.
You knew it because you inspected your ledger. The lieutenant is relieved you know the protocol. The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first.
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings. Just
KK57.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57. Followed by his date, 08.
And what would that...
HDB 41. 01111. It's meaningful.
Good. Let's go with that.
Пусть будет так.
The lieutenant is quite surprised you managed to come up with an adequate case.
NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
50 лет, нифига.
The corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mwindi. This is the pudgy mess of curdled meat. Looks neither.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex?
Записать пошла жара.
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and in this...
We're still going with March 4th. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable.
HDB 41 0803.11.
None. At least not after the initial...
A strange word. Treatment.
Interfering with the body's position or wounds post...
How did you not know that? Aren't you a cop? You're leaving it. Don't overdo it. It's okay to be unsure.
They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained doc...
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature.
Ecclesiastic.
A holdout from pre-DeLorean burial. Somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse.
Что за маленькое тельце какого-то ребенка опять?
Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning, and so, all across Jamrock, Coal
42 тела, офигеть.
GRIH.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copier paper.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodin, I think.
Babrodin.
Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodin, yes. Inexpensive.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting
Red-haired
something.
thing.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. The boot has a serial number. It's E50.
Serial номер это мы знаем.
The upper torso is covered in a single continuous tattoo, resembling a national pattern. It reaches from the right shoulder to the... The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color, well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters, generally consistent with age, about 50. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
The hair under your latex fingers feels cold to touch, wet. The stench is suffocating. Strands of dark brown hair. More hair sticks to the glove. Hair off the rain-soaked head of a dead man. There, dead man. You were someone's child. The lieutenant watches you in silence.
That was some sick shit.
Погладил голову просто
Lividity
трупу.
is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and
Блин,
thighs,
охуенная игра.
consistent with stones thrown. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Talking shit about Kuno's.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark.
Лейтенант достает маленький складной нож. Оттянув ремень свободной рукой, он принимается пилить синтетические нити. Вонь стоит просто неописуемая. Через некоторое время становится ясно, что разрезать ткань не удастся.
Steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See, my pig is.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck,
18.
swelling over the edges like white bread rising from the east.
You are? You're Kuno's.
Concentrate on the belt, not on who is whose pig.
You are?
Being Kuno's pig has a... You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. The lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as
Ты
you
использовал
summon
мощное
our words
заклинание.
to your aid. A really, really bad smell.
Yeah, fuck. Told you.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to snap.
Отлично.
The knot is
Разрезали.
slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck.
Here. The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consists chest is intact, normal contour, abdomen is protuberant, pelvis intact, genitalia.
No! Let's get out!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Ah yes, your hunch before. We can have a semen analysis requested from processing, if that's what you meant.
Я собирался воспользоваться своими потусторонними способностями.
No, you weren't, officer. That would be preposterous. Just write down.
The corpse with his pants down does not have an opinion on the subject. All he had...
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars. Last item, hands. Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honestly, this stand...
Working so close to the fumes coming from the corpse must be hard. You...
Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing.
Пипец, он там осмотр
Do you
делает,
have
это
anything
мужик.
on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the...
I think that may well be the moral of every story. Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to...
Yeah, jack that!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Respiratory system.
Согнув спину, будто в молитве, начинает раздвигать челюсти мертвеца. Затем делает паузу и напрягает обе
Oral cavity
руки.
shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen. Hemorrhaging present in mucosa of the...
From here, it looks as though the clown-faced man is screaming. No scream. No sigh of relief rises from the darkness inside. It's humid there. Sickly sweet air, unlike anything living. You feel it's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. Inside, you see dark.
There are ancient mysteries down there, Kobo. Ask me later.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus.
Интересно, надеюсь, стоило того, что целую аптечку потратил.
Hepatobiliary, NA. Ah, are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. And unless you have untapped reservoirs of knowledge there, we already have one test.
Сторонник стопроцентного прохождения.
We already requested semen.
Pigs requested semen like it's no. I'm not even interested in these boring mulkus anymore. I haven't sucked him off or anything.
Leave it NA then. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Gastrointestinal.
Че, неужели не через бабу как-то подставили, она взмочила, и они, чтобы бабу, вот эту вот 8-ю, прикрыть, все на себя вместе взяли вину, скорее всего. Она его, скорее всего, как-то, или он умер при ней, или что-то еще, или она его убила. И они решили, типа, ее так спрятать на случай вот таких разборок. Типа, на них точно никто не попрет. Ну, или сначала там охуеют на них переть. А на одну девчонку бы полезли бы менты, если бы нашли. Ну, скорее, это похоже так и есть.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest. Oh, so we inflicted them? Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters. Injuries. Head, chest and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory. Has confessed to causing it.
The lieutenant's admission has caused great gratitude in Kuna. Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man.
Right. Next. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring
это не является причиной смерти.
He is deep in thought. Eyes.
Why do you say that? Okay. Why don't you think it was fatal?
Я пришел к этому выводу, используя свои экстрасенсорные способности.
Honestly, I'm not sure there weren't marks on his wrist. That part got blurry for me. The stench. Let's wrap this up. I pronounced this field autopsy. It was an irregular field autopsy. We did not establish cause of death,
что мне сделать?
which is
Что,
supposed to be the
эмпатию
goal of an
вкачать?
autopsy. But personally, I do not see this as a parameter for success.
Визуальный анализ тоже хорошо. Вот полицейская волна тоже круто. Внушение классно. Но с другой стороны, вот это вот тоже было бы классно, еще какую-нибудь мысль выучить. Вот +1 к эмпатии, например, временный. Хорошо же. Че, неужели только работает? Нет, они все, наверное, должны работать, я думаю. Ну ладно, я не очень понимаю, как это работает. И здесь статы я не понимаю. Ну, наверное, в следующее, может, какой-нибудь стат внушения можем будем качать. Чтобы уж быть супер психически крутым.
We requested a test to be run on the genitals. That was the règle. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there? I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive for processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something?
Восприятие легендарно 14.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Oh yes, Kobo mi Lobo.
Kobo mi Lobo.
In the gift horse's mouth. Tracks and wakes, just a small gulp away.
Руку
My
надо засунуть.
beloved Kobo. As small. Oh, it's all right. Come back later, Kobo. Amuse yourself with my frank man.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. You pull down his breeches. Marbling is present around the crotch. The penis.
Can't get enough of that.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body. If you want for this task to slowly become impossible, then...
Not to mention the damage that would be dealt to...
It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know...
Fuck are you looking at, being old man? You wanna...
Only if all else fails.
Kuno looks like he gets around. Knows much. Or, remember the buttons on that intercom over there? On the side of the building next to the Whirling?
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Восприятие это чё? А что это? Подожди-ка. Координация, вот, восприятие. Вот это, что ли?
Shoot, Loot. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners.
Нифига, нельзя паковать его сейчас. Нужно сейчас сбегать это. Сбегать. Холодильничек проверить. Вот как к ней попасть, интересно.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons
Где
lists
там
all
айс?
the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Брон. Вошли айс, вот.
Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence, 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 silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Ладно, пойдем с этим покумекаем. Но он вряд ли разрешит.
Yes, yes. For the dead.
Flattery is the way.
You've heard wrong, and you're not putting it.
Damn, I thought the size thing would work.
Because this is a culinary establishment.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No, the...
Wow. Turn the lieutenant off like he was a busted old rat.
Let's go talk to the Frit clerk.
Блин, а мы можем подняться туда к той бабе? Может, он все-таки нам откроет?
The door, still nothing. The lieutenant gives... He doesn't like this door.
Странно. Да, и хрен пойми, как подняться. Просто с ломиком и с...
Is this about the questions? Mm-hmm. Right behind you. You're joking, right? Yeah, super funny. Mm-hmm. Right behind. Yeah. You're.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store.
Okay.
Окей. Я ничего не подобрал себе нового.
The tear machine stands.
No. You
Так, и где нам холодильник взять? Вообще нам нужно там поговорить с кем-то вон там, с главарем профсоюза справа. Ну, блин, пойдем про наркотики у него узнаем. Мне кажется, я не найду уже свой этот.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Sure, officer. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately.
Извините, завтра.
The
Отлично.
International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an...
No, and I doubt they'll get back to me before just a second. Sylvie Mala. Yes. Hello. Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
А все, мы с ним поговорили.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a...
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and...
Все, понятно, поговорили. Тут больше ничего нету. Хорошо. Сохраняемся. Теперь. Да, все-таки пойдем с той тетенькой еще побеседуем на пристани. Кто вот пистолет выкупил за 15 реалов? Мусорка, какая-то мусорка. Я думал, что это она, но, видимо, не она.
You're back. Good. What can I help? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the back's day on this. I hope...
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing.
Ingredients for what?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes, after they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production...
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the
Перевозит за
Union
долю
does not
профсоюз.
produce... Yes,
Молодцы.
but you won't get anything out of Evrart and the Dock Workers Union. Still.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now.
С водителями опять
Interview the
поговорить.
drivers who are still hanging about. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver,
You'll be indebted to her, in a way. But one step ahead of the Union in another.
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCN.
Well, here's your chance. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge.
Понятно,
The
поэтому
road
там этот
company is a
громила
partner
стоит,
of one of our
чтобы они успели все загрузить, передать.
However,
Понятно.
this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carry.
I am sorry for the
А чуваки на машине перелетели через
But we
переезд.
need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were...
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000
Интересно, такие
The
серьезные
local
эти
businesses
разговоры.
can scarcely provide for themselves. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely. Then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock.
It sounds like she tried looking
Да, женщина,
into it
может,
herself,
крейзи.
though
У нее,
she's
наверное, от
clearly not
наркотиков,
the
может,
type
сынок
a
помер.
typical lorryman would confide in.
The two might, if
Or not. Though, if you have evidence...
as eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done. Yes? Excellent. A
According to my reports, there are at least. It
Всё,
may
мы
cut in
пойдем.
the meantime, let me know if there's.
Отлично. Надо было вчера, наверное, согласиться, я бы время сохранил. Хотя, кто знает. 14:36. Ну все, здесь просто, в принципе, уже ничего нельзя делать. В 21:00 мне сегодня надо подойти еще к тому. Мартинесу. Только где еще денег, кстати, взять чуть-чуть? Тоже вопрос. Вот он похож.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam. Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. But those days are behind me.
У него семья. Не, он может разбираться, он может подозрения какие-то есть.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo.
A rhymesmith? This is quite credible. It goes with its cadence and way of speaking.
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here.
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this point, but there's something in him. Some trepidation. Your best verse.
That's brutal, man.
No, stop. He's already mortified.
That's,
In the name of God, what are you doing?
Yeah, I get it.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug
Ну, у меня же полный боевой дух всегда, хотя нет, я не хочу даже тратить это. Да. Вон, лучше на автосейв пойдем. Сейчас опять добежим, просто поговорим, и все будет нормально. Почему-то мне кажется, что внутренняя империя, интуиция мне подсказывает, что нельзя тратить сейчас боевой дух. Сейчас что-то наклевывается, потому что какие-то события. Зачем я купил те очки и кому я могу продать свою одежду? Хотя если я продам платок, который мне дал он, у меня хватит. Давайте попробуем. Заложим платок.
Hello again. How can I help you? Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Sure, let me have a look.
Хочу продать одежду.
I'm not purchasing it, and especially.
Your mother is a necrotic!
Anything else you're thinking
Вон,
of
2,5.
selling?
Все, отлично.
Another time, perhaps.
Правильно ли я сделал? Ну, вроде лейтенант ничего не сказал. Ну-ка, да, может, поговорим с ним? Все, ничего. Нормально. Хорошо. У меня есть на жилье. Давайте сначала забежим, отдадим. Если я буду, конечно, эту ночь ночевать в этом отеле. Но мне кажется, почему-то буду. Еще какой-нибудь сон ему приснится. Опять там то ли с трупом, то ли не с трупом говорить. Да, точно будет. Поэтому давайте ему заплатим и не будем об этом думать.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Но мне нужно еще много реалов. Можно, конечно, наверное, позаработать, если поучаствовать там, взятку какую-нибудь получить где-нибудь за эту контрабанду. Но мне кажется, лучше я сделал все правильно, и лучше у той тетки денег попрошу.
Just be straight with him. Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk.
Entrapment. is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that...
We have a credible lead.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any... Look, man.
It's not a lie. It's something else. Impossible to say what at this...
Да потому что они все, наверное, по-любому знают, разбираются, что здесь происходит. Опа-на. А, тут можно и так даже пройти, понял. А я вот кругом оббегал. Вот эта вот тетенька вот с этой машинкой. Может, она что-то мне подскажет.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph in her hands, in the background. No response, wherever.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of her cornered...
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam. The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber? Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the side walls and cafes are filled with young
Понятно,
people.
где-то там учится коммунистка какая-то.
This is Gabriel Buenguerro.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a white... This man's got a hold over her.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And a schoolboy, someone was... They are someone's memories, boy. They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past will one day wipe the present away, like a tidal...
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman. It was early spring, and the
Ну, это
mind
вообще
behind
должно
the
быть в
black
его
sun
стиле,
had
в моем,
just
точнее,
come out.
стиле прокачки.
While you, people, were...
The Republic of Mesk is a massive
Меск, типа
confederation
Мескалин?
under Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the souls of her...
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I say? Yes. There is a protagonista.
Protagonista.
And an adversario. I am on...
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary. The great unrest.
If you don't know... Why would I want to do that? Lowman, what in the name of God are you
Чё
talking
несёшь?
about? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grad. On the U41A. What? It's diamonds, Lowman, obviously. Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Easy. Is the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet.
Так, она
Also,
подозревает
he's the only
тощего
one I
этого
can see
поэта.
from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of...
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all... Or I can just relax and let my mind carry...
Нормально,
done
Антон.
here, no?
Diamond, of course not. With the
Ну, я
rest
это
of the
всё уже
things they put
обсудил.
in the- I quit concern, then it's control.
Bad hand. Hermenegildos is bad.
Of course.
Boyadero. Boya for...
It's an old... Of course not. So the boyadero is strangling. You have to...
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
She's just a distracted old woman.
So he doesn't think...
You hear that, Lowman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too... Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the
Каменеус.
best communers around.
Вот,
I
она,
know
мне
roots,
кажется,
know
она,
Promenades
это,
of Land,
контрабанщица.
Udajnaya Zemlya, the Transcatholia Magistral.
Она по-русски
You
начала
for one
говорить.
At Estradas do
Вот здесь.
Mirador. All the good ones. The deep trenches. Where the bluebirds fly. You're right, Lowman. I'm the one who should take... Is that all you woke me up to say? Now what do you want with an old woman's boots? Harry, please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are no Gabriel.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black.
Just before Gabriel.
Moreover, the boots was another discrepancy, although
It was. And then it was no
Пипец, он там
as
перемещается.
she says carnival, she gestures to the empty square.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is
The feet of a little girl. Yes, go.
Все, вот это мы долго с ней поболтали. Но неплохо, зато 100 опыта получили. Но она может быть контрабандисткой, потому что если она знает все там дорожки, все эти пути.
A lorry stuck if the windows are clear. They've been
А, надо с тем еще этим расистом поболтать.
Right to work! Right to work! Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measure head first.
Так у меня сейчас... Я сейчас к нему подойду, у меня хп кончится.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to... Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let you know where that shit comes from.
Я сел не загрязняю и курит.
Safri, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the... They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage. I don't go for that foreign piss. Proper booze is made in Mundi. Or sometimes I like a dram of that Yugograd vodka. Koikos and worse much.
He eyes you warily, unsure.
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking on at night. If they touch my stuff,
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country.
Надо что-то
We were
вкачать.
having
Ну
a
что
good
здесь
debate
вкачать?
about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took
Эмпатию.
damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it.
Ну вот это не очень помогало, вот это не очень помогало. Полицейская волна, просто как новые факты узнать. Вот внушение, прикольно, эмпатия. Еще мысль может вкачать одну. А, они все пора, то есть они все одинаково работают, как я понимаю.
Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is. Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed
А, надо еще
Samaran.
он туда вниз бегать к Самаре, который...
His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was bet. Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, all right?
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what...
Guess so.
Да, надо с ним поболтать, это точно. Ну, вообще кайф, конечно.
Everything's still cool here, officer. Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about...
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
See, guy, apricot suzerainty. It's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in drugs. I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs. That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a... Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder, and he's an ass. Okay, maybe I'm a
Вот
lorry
врун
driver
какой.
too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of... No! That's insane. It's the fat hater. He's been eyeing me for a week, and he sent you here. Maybe nothing. I told you.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd, you know.
He doesn't want to talk about them. He's a...
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
It's a she, okay? The
Я
other drivers call
я
her
думал,
the
что это
lady
она.
driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, all of them. I don't know.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos. I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone...
It could be. She was strange.
All right. I scored. Let's get
Пробуем.
this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with fun.
No need to dress this one up.
Oh, okay. Ah, yes.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe?
Sorry, detective.
Надо будет завтра попробовать еще. Может, получится завтра. Так, теперь мы, получается... И чё? Вот и чё? Узнать, кто такая дальнобойщица, где ее грузовик. Пойдем к тетеньке. Может, еще лучше поговорить с кем-то еще? Может, появятся новые
Still
варианты?
here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? I don't want to talk about that. Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug
Может, она и
trafficker.
позвонила про труп, сказала.
where she
Это
is.
женщина.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping...
He still is. Hoping. It's just wishful thinking on his part.
Эмпатию
Not
надо
trickery.
качать.
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me, too. A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person, a youngish woman. Gruff, but...
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Died.
Сине-фиолетовый.
It was violet when she got here. Blue.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Damn, I don't want
Понятно.
to...
Сине-фиолетовые
We can't
волосы.
just let it go.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on the...
I don't believe you. I just can't, man. She's got the darkness in her. That young person's...
She shared this...
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her. I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me too.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her. Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of...
He's right. There are other options. The grey-haired woman. Maybe she knows. Push Tommy and it will break his heart and his spirit. Don't expect you to be pals.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? 'Cause she...
Imagine it. An explosion of stars.
Thank you, friend.
Да, не хочется мне его донимать. Надо с тем покукарекать с чувачком. С расистом, потом с тетенькой.
Looking for something, Aunt? Come to tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job.
He's been expecting this. He's really puffed him.
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Evashal West. You don't run Martinez.
No. He means La Puta Madre.
A legendary,
La Puta
and
Madre.
not in a good way, crime boss from Jamrock. Controls what is probably... Looks like the lieutenant has a plan.
Yeah, him.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them.
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a...
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is. It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But
Padre
a
Madre.
stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the lorry.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
The lieutenant turns and gives... I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job.
Ну как вот 17 может быть сумрак? Ну как? Я одеться не могу. Сумрак +1. Давай теперь оденемся. Сумрак -1. Ничего не прибавляется. Ничего минус сумрак мне не делает.
An intricate web, the pattern's still gone. For you to discover. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Ладно. И всем вот так вот победил ты своей. Блин, ну чё, давайте, нет, мне хочется это немножко пообузить.
The main thing is to not.
Looking for something, Aunt?
The main thing.
Я хочу, чтобы он раскололся. Потому что мне понравился. Он придумал такую тему. Ну, так типа блефанул, так хорошо, красиво все сделал. И тут я типа... Нет, мне не хочется, чтобы так было. Не пизди.
Men like this only respect two things.
Fuck you, I told you.
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
Сумрака, типа вот эти вот темные такие делишки. Ну просто я думал, что он не будет так делать, но он, потому что этот сраный расист, он нормально отрывается на нем. Я был в твоем сраном грузовике, я знаю, который твой, пока я его сожгу нахер, ясно? Я брошу тебя в камеру, эта хуйня, и буду ебать тебя до конца своих дней, ты понял? Как тебя зовут, Мудила? Я сейчас на полицейском. О.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she...
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot.
Now it's not a big deal for him anymore. This is how he saves...
Past the monument. Down there. The
Зеленый
green
темпо.
Now leave me...
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Looks like
почему у меня карты нет? Как мне сочетать информацию? Я вроде все, блин, открыл. Алло! Все нормально, хорошо. Зеленый. Это какой зеленый, кстати? Вот этот.
This screen found A to Z.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. It feels like you're peeking into someone's home residence. Inside it's private, cozy.
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from... This has been hard enough. No need to make it any hard.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny.
Да нет у меня силы, я не смогу это открыть. Как я тебе это открою?
The woman is still hung.
Huh? What is it?
Так и чё? А может быть мне не надо разбивать? Может быть мне можно просто... Так. Где? Нет. Здесь, что ли? Контрабанда, это контрабанда наркотиков. Так, Морел, криптозоолог, шлюз, поднушитель ПДД, геологическая птица, авторитет в глазах Тита Харди. Где остальные части? Узнать информацию в номере, татуировка жертвы. Вот, нет. Тело жертвы на экспертизу. Холодильник, вот это надо сделать. А где про задание-то? Джойс и самосудие, вот. Просто если я сейчас не буду разбивать это, а пойду скажу ей, что я типа нашел где, чё. И она скажет, а чё? И чё толку? Типа она скажет, ты предлагаешь мне пойти, что ли, разбивать стекло, узнавать? Да сейчас просто нихуя... Блять. Я не хочу много дней на это тратить.
The glass. It feels like you're peeking into someone's pry bar in hand.
No, it's not shatterproof. Give me that.
О, фух, давай.
He smashes it into the window. Drop the smell of cigarettes and perfume.
Фух, я уж думал.
The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films. One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an origin attached right above the back seat. The actress is draped in a sheath dress, one of her shoulders bared. A feeling of tenderness washes over you. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than she wasted away in a drug den called The Door to the River. Not far from here, the actresses and the rear actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but...
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least. For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all... Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without the dial key.
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat. You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like
надо взять все эти...
lying around
Надо
here,
все это
but
взять.
one odd detail does catch your eye. A sandpaper adds extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
Наждачка... О, должна была стереть узор с подошвы правого ботинка водителя.
Yes. Do the honors, he thinks. Connect it yourself.
Which means that the missing lady driver was present.
Как раз та леди драйвер, они говорили тоже про это.
Now we know for certain who's the missing eighth person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation? You're right. But we should still go and see what Titus has got to say on the matter. Are we finished with the lorry?
The movie stars are still a metallic drawer. It's an issue of Peripherique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out tool slightly closed the rusty...
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective?
Так. Конечно, давай побеседуем.
All right,
коллега.
we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep. Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect.
This means it's well funded. Technology like that, a major player must be financing it.
Мне скоро не будет хватать типа логики, скорее всего, на все. Мне будет все тяжелее и тяжелее дальше продвигаться.
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding... And last but not least, it looks like the Hardy Boys knew this driver, as we know that she was present at the lynching. This may be the Union connection.
The probe and the case converged, he thinks. This was quite the find.
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade. I'm going to say no. Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Like Joyce told us, yes, logistically. But don't expect to bust this open during our stay here. At best, this is an angle we can use against them, to other ends, as extra ammunition. We should return to the murder case. See what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, there are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation. Sometime later, when we are done here. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. All the same, I don't
Там
like
вообще
the idea
пипец,
of
видимо.
internal affairs descending on the matter. That one.
Огроменная сеть.
Debrief over. After you.
Хорошо. Ну, значит, поехали. Ой, ты хочешь со мной побеседовать?
I saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble? It's that bad. Man, what should I do? What should I do to help her? Damn. I always warned her to watch herself. Maybe I should just keep my head down and work on my rhymes while I can.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm. Your best
That's brutal.
No.
That's
Еще один урон.
In the
А,
name of
блядь, я
God.
так и получил.
What
Нет,
are
нет,
you-
нет,
Yeah.
нет, нет. Отмена,
Yes.
отмена. Я же забыл, что я на этом потерял. Давай сейчас с тобой побеседуем. Кумекаем. Нормально.
I saw you poking around in late. Still better than me, I guess. Told you there's plenty of others who'd tell on her. But it's that bad. Yeah, maybe I should just keep my head down and work. Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang. but with beats.
Sprechgesang.
I've got a lot of free time on the road to home. Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
It's more him.
Yeah, you too.
Хорошо. Блин. Как будто надо ему...
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Ладно. Так, теперь. Тут чувак, может, мне все-таки даст скидку?
everything still cool here, officer?
А, нет, нельзя, понял. Так, здесь тоже. Вот это вот рычаг, это чё?
A rusting control panel. This panel, you pull the lever. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. A spring brings... Wasn't there a sign of...
А там сзади нет ничего точного? Там нельзя пройти? Нет. Ну, пойдем к тетеньке. Или сначала к профсоюзнику. Вообще лучше бы, наверное, к тетке. Там вообще еще магическая дверь там в книжном магазине.
You're back. Good. Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered? It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may...
She's trying to conceal her excitement. The lieutenant is about to interject. Cut him off. This decision should be yours.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to...
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, yes, I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst case...
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be. I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor. They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial... A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer, absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle.
Who are they?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched. Last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining... It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching.
Не, надо будет что-то не клеится. Это она эту версию знает.
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants. Surely you're joking. These people are killers. My only hope is that yours provides us. If you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present.
They would have to project...
The debardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant?
The Serai's giant hornet.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons. Even, as I said, a bloodbath. Too many things have already gone wrong. Nameless, badgeless detective of the citizens' militia. All we can do is keep that which is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this. Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military
down a deep, black well.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste,
Saint-Baptiste,
Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil. Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of...
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing. I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's... Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. The remaining contractors. Their tribunal.
Вот оно чё.
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit.
Чё-то в этом мутно, это чё-то не так.
The lieutenant consults his notebook.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, that's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the...
Rumor about rumor. Но за это будут уже линчевать и воевать.
If you mean, did I see him alive?
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice.
Liked is a bit strong. He was the most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. Lely, his service name, a nom de guerre, most likely.
Lely.
Wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one. He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly... They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate
Авторитет, значит, это эго,
Revachol.
а не авторитет. Тут, наверное, эго должно быть.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogan. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate...
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied.
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case...
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have any...
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover
Идет озарение.
agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better. Until the executions start. Truthfully, I don't know.
They don't report their progress to you.
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a person.
5 days, not
5 дней не больше, понятно, не
It's a
100
matter
дней,
of
да.
days. I am sorry to
Мясо.
have been the bearer of bad news. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the...
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver.
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependence. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have close. port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of...
Where is he now?
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own court. Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grange, through what I think must be the
Как
Stads
круто,
Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From Revachol, those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and
the old world passing by, and the new.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports.
Somewhere in an office lit by a single green desk lamp, Captain Ptolemaeus Price, 58, bald and bespectacled, is writing in a ledger. In Martinez, looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
His platoon members? The other contractors?
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful.
Эмпатию надо качать следующую, мне кажется.
Surely there are other people to ask about.
Энциклопедию пофигу.
This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search.
Do what you have to do, detective.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Is there anything else I can help you?
Так, и что вкачать? Что я говорил вкачать? Эмпатию?
Aces high.
Пилотское приветствие. Так, и что теперь будет?
For the rest of the world, the aces high is just a cool Revachol thing. Politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations.
Это про приветствие, понял. Все, этот скоро прокачается. Класс, класс. И у меня еще скилл есть. Значит, нужно вкачать эмпатию. Класс. Блин, а может ты мне денег дашь?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Нет у меня такого варианта. Ладно. Так, теперь время уже 5 часов, темнеет. Нам нужно подойти в кафе и поговорить с профсоюзниками. Потому что я достаточно много инфо узнал. Даже эта афроамериканская крутышка не сможет, мне кажется, сильно палки в колеса вставить.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Да.
Again, just get the dead.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time. Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as...
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprints. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
No, the thunder is his. Leave it to the lieutenant.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade, because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course. No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy boys here.
My answer is... fuck off. Mind your own.
Finally, you got something out of him. This could...
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat he left. Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
Yeah. By friends, you mean...
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
Вы в курсе, что один сирийский шершень способен убить 40 пчел за минуту?
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock can. I guess we're gonna see, aren't we? Yeah, like you've been up against ceramic armor. You haven't even seen the whole suit, right? I've seen the whole fucking thing. And it... The fuck is that supposed to mean? Goddamn right it's nothing.
Terrarium? He's really trying to salvage something out of it.
So are the local gangs. The fucking Barmy Army. And the Madre scum.
Yeah. Where are they now, huh?
These people are trained military professionals.
No, they're not. They're uncoordinated and drunk. We know. Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let... What do you mean? Okay. We don't need you, or your lost gun. We all have...
Lost gun or not, you're going to need help. We are offering it.
Okay. I accept the offer, but I'll believe...
He appreciates it, but can only accept it conditionally.
Так, сейчас нужно сохраниться. Попробовать поговорить. Извините, но мне хочется это заобузить.
Remote Viewers Division.
Вот, отряд дальновидцев, это очень
It is
интересно.
done. You've broken loose from the confines of
Ты преодолел
modern
пределы
science
современной
into the
науки.
vault of extrasensory
Это я,
knowledge
чисто.
from exotic cultures. Mankind has always searched for a means to break the shackles restraining the mind. Some practice meditation. Some take like a ton of DMT. You apparently only need to rub your
Класс. Драма. Не нужна мне драма. Сложность для всех пассивных проверок психика -1. Это круто. Поехали.
It's you again. What is it?
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Huh? You got a problem with beer? Now,
Not quite there yet. Push on.
speak for yourself, buddy. I've been running this outfit for 10.
They didn't see shit, man.
kids getting shot. We had 3 shootings a week. Fucking graffito everywhere.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties, while there's...
So what? What do you want from me?
Don't let him drink that. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you. If you don't, if you question her, harass her...
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here.
Это она, видимо, пистолет пошла, наверное, выпустила, нет?
Real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit. Blonde. That's
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs?
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss Oranje, disco dancer!
Получится?
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast.
I don't understand what's so cool.
Nothing.
Whatever you do,
Это будет серьезное дело. Как же мне так? Так, ладно, давайте так.
You again. What is it?
%42% это много.
Establish.
It's you again. What is it?
Там тоже, конечно, что-то идет, но лучше, конечно, чтобы это сработало. Потому что 42% это, повторюсь, много. Давай, Тит, подходи сюда. Все, давай.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing.
Huh? You got a problem?
Not quite there yet.
You saying we don't?
They don't know, man.
Congratulations on the graft.
So...
Don't let him drink that. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops.
You want to talk if you don't.
What is her name?
Glacia.
Shit.
Oh, it's her! It's definitely her! It's Miss
Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her.
18%.
You inexplicably add cool.
I don't understand what's up.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Whatever you do not tell him you know her. That would sound off.
Remember what I said.
Ну да, те 17%, конечно. Ну, давайте вот так сохранимся под новую.
Officer, what was that? Yes. Yes. The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her? Okay, that's manageable. Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Understood. It doesn't matter how it went, officer. What else? What you're saying is, you raped her? Then, don't ever say that again. What else? We'll be alright, officer.
You feel fortified by
О,
his
слава богу,
assurance.
ура.
It's going to be alright.
Фух, не надо тратить этого.
It's you
Магний.
again. What is it?
Надо теперь дальше с ним поговорить еще. Ну как время летит, когда в эту игру играю, офигеть.
Again? Relationship? There was no fucking relationship.
Something is off here. His anger.
It was like that karaoke incident all over again.
Okay, enough. All of this is already...
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish it.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe?
Here you go, boss.
I know her.
How well...
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few... You mean Revachol? Nah, our Miss.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had...
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them, but what's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
What do you think I meant? Yeah, tons of it. No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not...
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now.
You don't know her. Good boy.
Okay, this turned out better than expected.
Yeah, what?
Все, теперь надо к ней идти. Потому что с этими чуваками, как я понимаю, не могу говорить.
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height, the men are talking, but you swear you hear those black limbs tap on the window as the wind blows outside. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. You're not so sure about that. Somehow you just know.
Yeah, your mother.
It's not a very good mother joke, but the room still laughs. Something about those mother jokes just works.
Так.
Again,
Мне
you
кажется,
find
я должен...
yourself looking at nothing. Again, you find yourself looking at nothing.
Извините. Но я должен
Again, you
увидеть.
find yourself looking at nothing. Again, you find yourself looking at nothing.
Вот сейчас получится. Если не получится, дальше идем.
You find yourself, there's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the black. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easy. It's close enough to the latch up there.
Huh? I'm not your janitor, cop.
If he says it's there, it's there.
And I need the fatty to get his feet amputated because the smell is killing. God damn it, Dennis. You know I can't help it.
Sorry, fucko. These guys won't help you. Looks like you're...
I'm gonna enjoy...
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open. The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched.
Мастерская. Что за мастерская?
The old man closes.
Come on, man. I'm tired of listening to your shit. Don't thank me. I don't give two shits.
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
It could open the door in the kitchen. The blue door. It says workshop.
It's worth a try.
Didn't even know it was there. Boy, ID.
Never even seen it.
Отлично, ключик, это хорошо. Может, у меня там будет 20 реалов?
You see, the key fits the dimple lock. It takes a bit of effort to turn it. Dust rises before you like mist.
Так, и что это я? Где это я? Пинбол. А, то есть я мог...
Over there, in the corner. Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gord.
The pinball machine. Gordy's goats. A class. A little.
Feels like a lot. Too much to play it again.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the Get the Game On, Finger Boy. Those flippers are ready. Above the painting of a moustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy. The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective. The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All areas around the playfield, indeed. Think of them as balls.
Почему он не хочет играть?
All these mesmerizing machines. just waiting to be plugged. Feels like it might jump back to
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machine.
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main... No, I love it. I love pinball.
He doesn't. Kim, pinball, exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation.
So now he remembers.
Kim Pinball
Fine,
Pitsunagi.
I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You Wonderful. He only remembers hearing... No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill. It is lame. I am not called Pinball. It was used to taunt... Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once it was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. End of story. That time is over now.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder.
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is good too. Now we really need...
5 денег. Alright. А это чё?
This small elevator smells of nougat. There are large rectangular buttons. Monter. A small steel plaque reads...
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Так, а куда мы приедем? Интересно очень. Вау. Так. А мне что дает? Куртка. Полицейская волна. О, какой деловой стал. Ой-ой-ой. Класс.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe? Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a host. Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one.
Опа.
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new. 3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been...
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kimball.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider. It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route behind our rape victim's room in the recent weeks. This may...
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
The size looks about the same, actually. They're not the same shoe, but they could be the... No. These little horizontal...
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the...
То есть это может быть та девчонка тут тусила.
The door is small but heavy looking. It's barred from the inside.
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof.
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction. Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact.
Так, оставим дверь закрытой и пойдем сначала к тому чуваку поболтаем, потому что мне кажется, он скрывает ту бабу, которая наркоторговка или что-нибудь в этом стиле. Если она на машине, конечно, не уехала. Но нам сейчас в любом случае, он же говорил, что нет, ничего не знаю, ничего не надо смотреть здесь.
The man ponders. The man keeps shaking his head.
I don't think he understands, officer. We need to find some other way to make ourselves clear.
Oh, no. Body no fit, Fridge. Fridge more. No.
Listen to him. This is a man who clearly knows about body.
Okay, we have our answer.
Не лезет, хорошо.
Can I help you? Yes.
Flattery is the way.
Because you haven't taken it away yet, and it must be stinking hard about now. Well, you're not. This is a culinary establishment.
Kitchen.
It would only be for...
Lieutenant, you too?
Wow. Turn the...
I hate to say it, but looks like we're
Блин, а
going
чё
to
я
have
могу
to
с
ask
ним?
Kuno.
You're already set for the night. Your door. Another thing.
Ah.
Great. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging.
He's exhausted from years of dealing with the asshole.
If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise.
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been...
Okay, what is back there? Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines, but I knew it. Were there any back there? In working order, I mean. No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there. Those machines are whirling property, but it wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now.
Oh?
It takes a lot of will.
Okay. What? Yes, haha. There is. Ha! I knew it. Were there any back there? I was just No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up.
Yes.
И чё, все? Понятно. Так, пойдем сначала на второй этаж поднимемся. Скоро 9 часов. Как раз сейчас тут постучимся.
The door.
Who is it?
Стоп, нет, не понял.
This is the police.
Come on up. The door is open.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of it's been used. This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a damn about her teeth. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol. Hisnacra. This is you.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian, or a bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. The lieutenant looks toward the door as if he didn't. Who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff... It's speed, man. Just what you...
Но мы их взяли.
This medicine cabinet.
Ничего страшного. Что, еще эмпатию вкачать? Или качать еще это, память? Одну ячейку, да? Нет. Эмпатию вкачаем. А, то есть мы могли там пройти. Астра с ментолом.
Welcome to the roof.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. A third place? Interesting.
Поэтому больше всего уволилась, говорит.
I'm a detective from precinct 57. I believe you have...
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your...
Oh yeah, feel the power.
Like riding a coppercycle.
There is the tiniest bit of flattery in there. The way her eyes move from...
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people...
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Clasier Amondu. Something stupid.
Want to hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows patrol officer Tilbrook his genital warts. His partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's showing him. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator.
No, no. More stupid. But I need literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be at unease. All national...
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. A bad memory, officer, of lilacs and lightning.
Нифига, как она говорит литературно, конечно. Сразу было понятно, что это человек высокой культуры.
Vredefort is a conference city.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer...
The conference centers are filled with people who get angry at you if you do something wrong.
Sooner or later, everyone does. I'm 28. Nothing. I do nothing with it. Cool.
Cool.
I've made more money by just being than I have with Ranislit. Many things. A roller skating instructor.
It's the world's most tired smile.
I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. Okie dokie. The record. Yeah.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The SAD got that too. For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning service. Talk around the establishment is cool. I think I'm developing a pinch of that too. I'm wintering.
How long have you been?
About 4 months. I came here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol. I always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing. Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal. No, don't listen to the stiff. Be cool.
With money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be.
The anti-star is, or was, a vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. One of my favorites. It's like not being able to stay up for 36 hours, not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a merit speed molecule, basically.
То есть это снотворное.
Huh? Motherfucker took my Preptide? Looks like you owe me one, officer.
This does not amount to actual corruption. I can...
Robbed by common highwaymen. I did not. Mystery solved, then. I kept wondering where it led.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back.
Huh. This isn't good. Okay. I'm glad someone's had fun. Mm-hmm.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead.
Okay. Yes. You're just one room.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something. Like what you were doing before you blacked out.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions. Like...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? It's a bit early in the morning for rape.
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I can't say that stuff about him.
То есть тот чувак все-таки просто приревновал ее, видимо.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more...
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter was... Pretty much.
Warming them.
I'm 89% sure.
89%.
Cool.
She sincerely thinks it's very cool of you.
We partied. A lot of...
From Titus. About her and Titus's relationship. That's where you heard it.
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that. Oh, it is. You're still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had...
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite... I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know.
She appears aloof. But that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes. I have multiple viewpoints.
You called us.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called.
Tearing off his armor. Demeaning him. Throwing rocks at him.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio...
So, she's God's mystery foam cutter.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing. I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too.
Thank you for making the call, miss.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't...
You won't be down there long, miss. We will move the body to the morgue soon.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him.
I know it's difficult, miss.
She meant she sees him in her dream.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
She fishes a cigarette out of her pack.
I can see the similarity, yes.
Funny.
Такие цураги вообще ничего не понимают, что я вот такой фуфо, но это типа что-то правдивое.
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that's...
In my dream, he thinks, he said, I failed his children. You glance at the lieutenant, then back to her.
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing.
And his role in this strike was...
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now. Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
То есть я мог А, нет, не мог. То есть я мог просто там попросить ключ и сразу идти, не разговаривая с Титом, и от него все узнать. Прикольно.
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a...
I have. Which ones, sir?
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason.
Mm-hmm.
I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? Men like that? I don't know.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief.
Should we head by downstairs?
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Why not?
Okay.
I was just thinking... What?
She looks back.
Хорошо, что игра быстро грузится.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke. I have bad news. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you too. Me? Get out of here. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info. You can't believe it. There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All bullshit, man. I ain't, especially that guy. That no fucking way, man. I just want to really quick glory, truth. So I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this, she likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This, how it always does. Through such. There's
Это у
nothing
него
you can
внутренний
do
диалог
about it.
пошел.
You are how you are, and she is how she is. No, it's better to know you're being I think it's safe to assume, yes, Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. She is a lady, most fair. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
Пипец, это что за замут? Это получается, кто кого покрывает? Он ее, скорее всего, не насиловал. Они, понятно, что там что-то с наркотой крышуют там с этой девкой. Он должен был что-то для стачки. Ема, как все запутано это оказывается.
That is correct. And a little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here. You can't draw a sound conclusion. She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaped. See? Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke.
God, no.
Просто спросил напрямую, вы мной манипулируете? Нет.
Not my favorite topic. How about we... Yeah?
Не, все, вроде
She's
все
lost in
говорю.
thought. Eyes narrowed.
All right.
Call
Так,
the mama takwa.
Call the mama dakwa.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar.
Плюс 3 восприятия. Энциклопедия. Да пофиг на энциклопедию, на самом деле. Это, мне кажется, это не так интересно. Хотя у нас она нивелируется. -1+1 вообще отлично.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called hardy boys. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of... What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. So you said to her, what did you mean by it? She seemed forthcoming to me, unusually so. Being forthcoming with some things is a good way to obscure other things, but I wouldn't call myself compromised. I am not easily swayed by young women, but on the other hand,
the lieutenant seems oddly sure he is not compromised. Not psychologically.
Anyway, we should move. I suspect our
А я засов не
This is the
отодвинул.
door to the pinball workshop that you left, but it's barred. Sounds like
to the workshop behind.
Мы же знаем, что мы же там были уже. Прикольно, что он отвечает тоже на это. Это классно. Так, что это? Почему я могу в окно смотреть?
this window, smooth as ice. There are spots following your lead. The lieutenant...
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced? Yes, that one. Cold wind is seeping in.
Stop distracting him! He has...
Лол. Да, у меня не поменялись стеклом. О, надо бутылочки собрать. Автосохранение пошло. Так, 19:54. У меня есть час до того, как мне Мартинес со мной должен. Я что, могу это забрать?
The window stands.
Пустую катушку взял. Интересно, для чего? Так, ну слушай, с этими чуваками, мне кажется, надо будет завтра побеседовать, потому что у меня есть в целом 5 дней, пока этот трибунал соберется меня расфигачить. А про замену окошка я бы спросил у этого чувачка.
Can I help you?
А куда мне, в какой холодильник мне запихать труп? Мне нужно запихать.
Another thing. Great. I love those.
Блин, сдать ее, может?
Yes.
Давай попробуем.
Can I help you? You're already set for the night. Another thing. Why? No. Fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why.
He really doesn't like it being classier.
What's that supposed to mean? Fuck you, buddy. She's not my taste. Good thing.
Wow. She really isn't his taste.
Now, was there anything else? I have like 4,000 coasters to stack. And then I need to... Oh?
It takes a...
Okay. What there is... Ha! I knew it.
The lieutenant.
I was just wondering. Kappa, it wouldn't...
Yeah.
Oh?
It takes a...
Okay. What is...
Бля.
Ha! I knew it. Were there any... No, I was... Those machines... It wouldn't...
Yeah. Those numbers...
Yes.
Все, до свидания. Так, а Лена что мне скажет?
Hello, dear. I didn't notice you at first. Oh, my. What happened to the water law? Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night.
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast...
Of course.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets... Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you. Oh, sweetie.
The lieutenant gives you.
Well,
Oh,
Послушаем про насекомое.
it's not made up.
There's a hint.
It's simply a whale.
Но я не
Some-
хочу это
of
читать.
course, most phasmid.
Позмит
Oh, I
какой-то.
doubt it. No one. Yes. Oh dear. Morel can explain it all.
You know.
Of course, officers.
Так, ладно.
Is there a? Of course.
Что еще? 20:07. 20:07.
I've got nothing to say.
Там айс, что-то там. Может быть, они все-таки мне откроют как-то?
An old call box. Silence. No one answers the door. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. No. You see a set. Hard to say. Cop habit. This isn't case related, you think. The tire tracks were left here by an
Приятный
unknown
звук.
event that took place some days ago. It's a mess. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in and then accelerated straight into the fence. Left a hole. The hole in this fence doesn't look that huge. He was exaggerating. People blame cops. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard. Barely stopped before heading south. Must have been in a
Вот.
hurry.
И он проехал, видимо, разогнался и перелетел.
That's plausible. A similar reckless abandon seems to be... You are correct. This is a rat...
Somehow that makes...
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting.
You could follow.
50 опыта. Сюда. Так что это еще вот это вот. Не знаю, стоит, конечно, ли вот это вот дальше прокачивать, но мне кажется, стоит. Еще 3. Еще мысли ни одной не появилась. Так. Успей быстренько еще кое-что чекнуть.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms.
Мне это не
It
подходит.
appears to be locked. Ow! Shoot! Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door? Don't you know that things like that hurt? You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading. Yeah, there's no cop suffers final heart.
Просто сердце остановилось. Чуть покоцался, сердце тоже остановилось. Опа. А, нет, это ничего. Я с девочкой сегодня еще не болтал.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you a fridge? You mean like the ice bear fridge?
Ice bear free.
Yes, like a bear but white. There's a fridge below the building in the
Под домом в
basement
подвале.
with red glowing eyes. I went back. Mum doesn't want me to go there anymore. Not that I want to. Yes.
Опа-на.
That's a problem. The only way in is through the... But I don't know. You're a policeman. Maybe you can convince her. Anyway.
Спасибо, девочка, не зря я с ней решил поговорить.
Hello again, esteemed officer. A fridge? No, I don't know anything about a fridge.
For whatever reason, she's lying to you about the fridge. Seems like you have...
Так, а как мы тут в подвал? Неужели через эти потайные проходы только справа?
A heavy door with a... Only a hollow...
Ладно, 20:17. А где же за магазином-то? Ладно, если я опять всем прозвонякаю.
Old call. You hear. You ring. What an omen. All you hear. You ring the door. You wait. For it looks like someone. Silence. Silence. Nothing happened. Silence. This button.
Huh. This button looks new.
Так, ладно. За магазином. Ну, в принципе, мне же не обязательно в 9 вечера именно спать ложиться. Хотя время-то тут уже, блин, ну мне так интересно. Блин, а как же? Подожди-ка. Так. Погодите, жертвой. Где про холодильник? Татуировки жертв. Вот, холодильник. Проверьте, можно ли использовать холодильник в торговом здании напротив... А, торговое здание напротив танцев. А, ну вот оно. А как мне? Чё, дверь пробивать, что ли? Время есть еще. Вот же торговое здание против танцев. Вот оно. И что, ты ничего не хочешь мне сказать про холодильник?
Hello again, esteemed officer. Goodness, you were already doing good.
She's smart.
A book about cockatoo, a book about...
Что, пойдем вышибать дверь? Пробовать.
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered
Успех.
in dozens,
Нифига себе.
if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms.
Нет, не
It
успех.
appears to be locked. You smash into the wood and see a small crack appear on the door frame. It's going to take one more try to break through to the other side. You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading very... All you feel... Cop suffers.
Нет, то есть я пробиваю и помираю. Как это? То есть это просто трещина появляется. А что ж делать-то? А ты, может, знаешь, как туда проникнуть?
Hi, Ace Detective.
Нет.
A small mountain of colorful...
Да это вот что-то, может, здесь? Нет. Туда, в тот проход, но там тоже закрыто. Это книжка про какаду, конечно, интересно. Ну то есть что, если я сохранюсь?
A heavy door, only a hollowed out, only a hollowed out dark echo.
Вот я вырезаюсь и урон в любом случае получаю.
Ow, shoot. Whose moronic idea was it to just run through the door?
Are you alright?
What is going on there? I warn you, don't tempt the spirits, officer. Don't...
It barely looks like you've done any damage to the door, however.
Ну то есть я, даже если я в нее разбегусь, я трещину так оставлю. Блин, а как же у меня трупак-то где? Так, ладно, 2018. Может, я еще успею там спросить? Может, на корабле у нее оставить? У дедов вряд ли. Хотя я не спрашивал. Может, на какой-то фирмой владел, может, у него ключ есть от той, у этой богатейки.
Hello again, officers.
Это что такое? Почему меня туда перевело камеру? Ага.
This door has been no reply. It's a solid lump of better whip out those cutters.
Деньги просто нашел.
You hear someone, a poor community.
Do you have a warrant?
Let's go.
It's generally
Из какого окна? Вот из этой двери? Откуда там? А нет, это справа, наверное, какая-то из квартир. Вот это может? Нет, я сюда стучал уже. Интересно. Вот это вот окно, это какой квартира? Это его квартира, что ли?
this door is made. No one answered.
We should return in the evening.
Не, раньше 9, значит, сюда рано пришел. Туда я попасть не могу. Но с другой стороны, меня очень интересует. Это тут что за окно такое? Может, у тетеньки уборщицы есть холодильник?
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed? Some lunatic.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you?
People come and.
They probably just moved.
No one lives there. Impossible. I would know if some. Maybe it's those countercultural people. Great. Young people. They're worth. Oh, that one is assigned. I think he studies astrology. Something to do with all those stars around his door. The symbol of what and how? Never
Чего, она даже не знает про коммунизм?
She mumbles some kind.
Или она сама есть какая-нибудь коммунистка скрытая? Да что, каждый день тут что-то новое появляется, вы мне хотите сказать?
In your hands, indeed. It would do that in Grub. You flip through the book. The pages are real art. Is the back cover is dominate. She can't be much older than her mid-30s. In cold, detached as ethnic tension, it would physically hurt you.
Блять. Чего? Меня физически...
They go through.
Меня физически коцало то, что я стою, читаю книгу. То есть книга получается настолько плохая, что физически коцает меня ее читать. Охуенно. Сейчас мы у бабульки квестов наберем.
Give me a moment. Ask the hell am I? Some.
With how small.
People.
They probably just.
No one. Maybe it's those counterculture. Great. Oh, I think he's something to do with all. That's what I.
The lieutenant shakes his head. Come on, people. Try. She mumbles.
20-24. Так, у нас есть время взять вот эту книгу. Теперь отнести книгу эту той тете из книжного магазина. Значит, что там 10-е?
You hear someone walking.
Excuse me?
There's no sweet talking your way. You have plenty of reason to enter.
Oh, come on.
That was smart.
Так, кто это? Сразу обшаривание все. 1 к способности косвенного налогообложения что?
The luxury of fine things.
Я у не успел туфли одел сразу же.
After spending an entire day, beautiful things give you a rush. It's power. Craft, remember, when they come to take it.
Реально, это вообще охуенно.
Satisfied?
My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates.
Ассоциация
I
риэлторов,
am
ага.
not breaking in.
Her voice is really cheerful.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control. Be friendly.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see,
Вот эта квартирка
previous
вообще.
tenant completely. It was some kind of a moribund old man who used, but that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted? Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3, and again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant...
The sum must have been pure. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No. These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture. And I'll tell
Молодец,
you,
очень хорошая
Martinez
квартира.
has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with art.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and...
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have both apartments, of course.
Что это я подобрал? Гипнограмма. Предмет восстанавливающий... О, у меня 7 восстанавливающих силу духа. Класс.
This door has been closed with a padlock. No reply. It's a solid. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Нет, мешочек нам нужно носить.
This door has been closed. It's a solid lump of metal.
You seem committed to it, so go on.
What are you doing?
I believe it's the shack.
He's just trying to help.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
What are you doing?
Еще минус 1.
He's
Да ну
just...
нахуй. Вы чё? 58%. То есть я значит, недостаточно довольный, когда мне на 8%.
This door has been closed with the shackle snaps like a twig.
After you, detective.
Спасибо. Так, коммунисты.
A plaster cast bust depicts
the White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment.
Да, вломились в апартаменты. Революционер какого-то. Что это такое? 9-литровый патрон. Отлично. Классический саморезийский костюмный пиджак.
a plaster cast.
Так, теперь мне нужно успеть в книжный магазин. Показать ей вот эту книжку, которую физически больно читать. Она упадет в обморок, и из нее вывалится ключ для той потайной комнаты, где холодильник, чтобы мы труп туда могли положить и потом его рассмотреть еще раз внимательно. Такой план. Кажется, это прекрасный план. Эмпатию 10.
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoo. Goodness, you were already doing.
She's smart.
Ага, стоп. А что, ей не нужна книга, что ли, это? А мне она нафига? Стоп. А, может быть, потому что мне нужно ее изучить сначала.
In your hands, indeed. It would. You flip. Real art is the back cover is dominated, but she can't be much older than a myth.
Может быть, ты знаешь, что это за книга?
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Ладно. Может быть, это тетя знает?
I don't...
For what it's worth, I agree.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And even if I had, it wouldn't be missing. Great. Nothing. Go read up on it if you're so interested.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain?
Please.
The woman...
Блин, а что ж делать, Да, наверное, тетенька мне тоже ничего не скажет. Ну ладно, пока есть смысл побегать еще туда-сюда. Ну, вопрос с холодильником меня не прекращает интересовать. Денег дашь?
You're back. Good. What can I fear I've... Is there anything else I can help you with? More lessons in... Glad to...
Нет, с ней вообще все, видимо, родил уже. Ну-ка, надо ей-то отчитаться надо. Бабульчики.
I see. I have. Oh, I do like wizards, and people like.
She means clairvoyant.
Ask.
She mumbled.
It's better.
Все, 10 опыта получено. Ты мне не хочешь ничего новенького сказать?
Hello again, officers. I ain't no.
Actually,
We weren't.
The lieutenant, hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her. On a first name base, it's where they. Have you got a crush? Can't you? I haven't really. Yeah.
Но я с ней все это уже...
let's be realistic. What are you going to do?
You heard your.
Что у нее в доме находится? Не появилось никаких денег, которые я должен... Пипец, у нее здесь крысиные бега. А здесь что? Ничего. И здесь, как я понял, тоже ничего, да? Теперь больше ничего. Так. Там, наверное, тоже вряд ли что-то новенькое появилось. Книгу, может, я могу продать ломбард? Не, вряд ли. Пуля. Блин, а кто же выкупил пистолет-то из ломбарда?
This coin-operated viewer, the metal feels cold and wet under your palm. A thick that's under the graffiti. The church looks old and weather-worn. Around the large...
Так, и что это? Я посмотрел тут на церковь какую-то.
This coin, why place at all?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its They got as far as the street lamps and the stick. That's odd. I could swear you were...
Your money disappears into the curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. The lenses shift.
50 опыта меня тут ждало. Призрак. Островок в водах залива.
A man-made structure. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Its leaves ripped. The little brave.
Really? I don't have the eyesight.
Так, эти два поглядел. Хорошо. Опа, вот этого не было раньше здесь никакой активности. 2.29, спасибочки. Вот еще наскреб, да, немножко? Новых нет вариантов у них?
This is a man.
Так, кто у нас еще остался? Да никто не остался. Как в подвал попасть сюда? Вот если бы та тетка, у нее же здесь офис, она могла бы мне дать ключ. Очень плохо. Ну что, пойдем туда. Вот здесь вот с края я подходил. Подходил. Так, Так, у этого чувачка в хижине ничего не появилось? А, это вот отсюда заходить. Здесь вроде ничего не было, да? Я же сохранялся, загружался, но здесь ничего не изменялось. Да, вот это что такое? Ага, понял. То есть сюда потом будет только, наверное, войти вход. В IT вход. Так, это вот точно ничего? Вроде ничего. Здесь эта тетка. Ой, исчезла. Риэлторша. Давайте сюда заглянем. Тут тоже такое гудение. Вот же холодильник.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one indeed.
Холодильник же. Почему не могу сюда вот холодильник ничего принести? Нормальная тема же.
Yes. Excuse me? You have a... I hope you don't... They say it's a sin clip. I don't know.
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not... No response. A moment passes. The lieutenant...
То есть этот не работает холодильник. Понятно.
Give me a mo.
Наверное, тоже вряд ли. На балконе я был, стой говорил. Ну все, чё? Балейла. У меня теперь два варианта. Я знаю, что тот чувак наемник, который с тачкой руководит. Нифига, он меня оставил один, побежал. Просто шландаюсь без дела туда-сюда, пока жду 9 часов вечера. Пойдем еще к Куна подойдем. Автосохранение? Почему?
Fuck does Kuno care? Been waiting for you to fucking like half a baggy, but like in this fuck you talking about half a G?
You can barely see it because there's barely...
Okay, Kuno's listening.
Солгать тебе нужно, спиды.
Sure. Confiscate. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything. Go to room 12,
Номер 12,
first floor,
первый
and
этаж.
kick down the door. Police violence style. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here? Okay then.
Kuno doesn't...
Так, и что это? В жилом этом 12-й дом. О, 12-я квартира.
The man is... The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Нет, пусть еще лежит. Нужно холодильник. У этого здесь ничего нового тоже не появилось, да? Зато я знаю, что у него 12-я квартира. И сейчас мы это все, значит, дело обстряпаем. Это же здесь, это же торговый дом, а жилой дом один. Еще раз попробуем.
An old call box with a silence.
Ничего не работает. Ну, это пакетик, конечно, который в руках носит. Вот она, 12-я.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges.
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bills.
No response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door. Good thing you already have the chain cutters in. It should be easy. Fabric rot.
Trouble with the chain, officer? Well, no, I get.
You can't stand for that. Come on, show him what you can really do. Snip. So much for that goddamn chain. The link.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
21:02, все. Ура!
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting. That's why I chose this place. Martinez is...
Wait. Suddenly you are digging things?
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Such gentle... Trust me. You do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard.
Besides, I've got a...
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
Типа как будто я...
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
Ну я ж к нему не подкатываю.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Different, of course. Something so mysterious about the way he talks. Very. Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. He's...
Так, и чё у меня тут?
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of
10
them.
центимов за каждую
This
проверенную
must be
зеленую
a
сферу.
childhood memory. The 15th...
Эквилибристика. Ну ладно. Пустая пепельница. Сейчас мы тут все, блин. Что это? Плюс логики, минус внушение. Отлично. Сначала все здесь. Ну давай с ним поговорим.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this superior, but he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the... Yes, Make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo. It's an emblem. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
А где он видел, интересно? А, смотрел, наверное, из квартиры?
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like... That's when I understood.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very... Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather... I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10.
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human. Drummers? Why, no. But then...
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my... Were you able to see anything?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. All men, I presume. But again...
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
It's possible, officer. But I cannot say with certainty. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Aeropagites among them. And I am quite certain that once... Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots,
Да не убивали
no
они его.
celebratory shouts, no
Вот
anything.
чё. Или она его замочила, эта баба, или они передознулись, у него там сердце остановилось там в порыве экстаза. Он же чуть-чуть же ему подсказал, что что-то с удовольствием связано было. Из-за того, что, видимо, они тусили, она, видимо, не с одним из них тусила, она их попросила. Давайте, типа, обстряпаем вот так-то, так-то. Чё, вам сложно, что ли? Я ж тут с вами тут тусила. И они такие, оп, да, конечно, сейчас все сделаем как раз. Это у нас нам не привыкать, мы такое часто делаем. Мы тут столько народу уже почикали. Вот манипуляторша, вот это да, кто она такая? А если она специально засланная, чтобы сделать вот эту супер войну, чтобы сделать локальную... О, вот это она... Чуйка не зря ему подсказала, что нельзя ей доверять, что она манипуляторша. Ой, как круто закручивается.
That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening?
All I can say is that it was late. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day. Of course, anything I can do to assist the RCM. The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation, the economy impacts the entire... well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12... You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage. Yes, as I said before, I'm a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé, working for the Institute of Price Stability. This La Communauté Internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. Your employer, technically speaking, it is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy, which is essential for maintaining...
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread...
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread. That's why the Institute of... But not too far below. No. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. A sound monetary policy is essential for... But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad.
Я у них всю одежду здесь из дома покрал.
It's the international,
я буду все это.
Because moralists believe in a norm.
Me? I'm a lieutenant of the RCM.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show.
The Occident is Martinez, Revachol, but they are working
towards it.
Do you think peace is boring? Exactly. Now, enough of this delightful. What's there to say? Moreover,
Но мне нужно
it
себе
is a
поговорить, это может быть опыт.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone.
Oranje is an example. As founding member, Oranje is about what? Oh,
Oranje.
very urban and whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been
Ну,
easy.
короче, он, вот этот богатенький,
But
приезжает
he
к нему,
understands
чтобы
Kedra is a
чпокаться.
candidate member of APIS. But that it's never going to... EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a...
God, yes. Sweet standardization.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an... Why? It stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole.
О, я смогу, если мне захочется, это почитать на записи стрима, и все. То есть я могу все скипать.
You mean it's one day going... No, but we were talking of... How did any... Au contraire. It's how millions of people and... Sorry. Who? But I told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his... Officer, you have to understand. He's deeply in... He's a truly free spirit. I'm just enjoying... Listen.
The baby is crying in the...
No. Listen. The Insulindian... This place used to... But the million... My friend comes and goes. I'm all ears.
Всё, до свидания,
You have
заебал
everything you
меня.
need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best...
That's not the real reason he's...
Sure.
Так, тут я вроде все взял, тут все взял. Часик мы с ним поболтали. До свидания. Все, давайте теперь сейчас осталось нам зайти в квартиру Куно. О, надо прокачать, кстати. Эмпатия 10. И воспоминание еще одно забабахаем. Да не, зачем? Сила воли, по идее, крутая. Он спит
The
вообще.
phone book lies open on the table.
Good.
A minuscule amount of amphetamine. You pocket the bottle as if it were...
Самообладание, обычные черные джинсы.
A bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stain in the dark. It looks like a nest. Something underneath there. It's not too late. No one's going to blame you for backing out. You don't have to do this.
Не хочу. Он сейчас реально проснется, будет еще беситься. Пусть. Пойдем. Закроем дверь. Все, отлично. И что нам эти амфетамины дают? Что мы их взяли? Моторика, боевой дух. Моторика, боевой дух. То есть я у нее взял, у него взял. О, еще скрытые сферы в темных местах. То есть что? То есть это типа вот так? Как это? Стоп. Фонарик. Нафига мне фонарик-то? И тут тоже непонятное здание, которое никак не войти, просто закрыто, типа. Блин. Почему я с фонариком раньше не ходил? Вот так прикольно светит. Что значит темные места? Так, эта женщина пошла спать. Закрыто в 10, значит, ага. Детки тоже ушли. Может, они что-то оставили тут? А, стоп. Воздух наполняет оживленный щебет и крики ласточек. Какие еще есть темные места-то? Чуть желтый.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an... Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers.
Hell yeah, man. A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. Most people don't think that the man...
Smells like worn cotton. And worn cotton with a side of flea mark.
Sniffing is okay.
It's my
but
you're not imagining it.
I mean...
Okay.
You sound... Besides, I've been to Kotla.
His theory, very...
Too...
That's dirt cheap.
But... why? I deal in goods, not services.
Одна гроссила, один трепет, минус 2 авторитет. Но это не надо. Что я могу еще
If you
продать?
don't mind, please put the flashlight...
Photonic sensitivity is not general.
Put the flashlight away, officer.
Просто ему светит в лицо. Да все, сейчас уберу. Прикольно, что здесь даже такие детали учтены.
Greetings on this fine... The pawn shop is always open.
Feeling warm and a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness.
Why on earth? There's a prescription. I can't read.
There's a note of indignation. Those triangle patches on his vest. You have a feeling they mean something. Like they're similar to the...
I was with the emergency relief brigade. You know, had to tape roll a bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. There wasn't much the volunteer force. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever. So much no one's.
So much.
Тип Чернобыля, как я понимаю.
A bunch of poor people. The cleanup happened 15 years ago, so I came to Martinez. I like the...
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices.
Have you tried it?
It's almost like the lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of... Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
Here you go.
Not so sure about this. Because it's an anti-radiation.
Of course. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Ну почему? Вот эта вот катушка, мне кажется, она нужна для чего-то. Потому что она фиолетовым горит.
Another time pad.
22:20. Ну надо еще, мне кажется, походить, что-то поделать. Перец тоже ушел, да? Ага, здесь ничего нового не появилось. Этот тоже ушел. Просто чисто прогуляться, посмотреть, что тут ночью происходит. Я здесь не ходил вечером. И можно закругляться, как раз спать ляжем и закруглимся стримом. Я имею в виду здесь в игре.
A lorry, the smell of sick. There's something odd about the passenger. Voila, a stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric.
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The toll booths at this municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm. No storm will ever drown Revachol. The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of motorway 881. Looks like the smugglers.
So it would seem. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo tribes. But really they're just with cool names, like it's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere. Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is a brave man for saying Madre's name without the wind. Somewhere on a hidden field, a flash of light, a whirring sound. Camera lenses focus on a man in a ragged police uniform. The bedraggled cop is holding a manure fork. But why? Why would I hurt my own peon?
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go.
The stack of maps looks just like the clothes.
Ну, прикольно. А это все тут сидит.
The woman is still.
Revachol.
A lorry stuck in the windows. Fumes of heavy fuel oil waft.
Likely, yes.
Это там и ночью стоит, и днем, офигеть.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk.
Нет, это точно. Эта баба именно так все и задумала. Что там хорошего нет? А, сначала надо к мелкому подойти. Ты чё не спишь?
Fuck does Kuno care? Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way. The fuck are you talking about? Getting Kuno all worked up for no. Alright, that's how we split it. Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Я не могу им дать наркотики.
The fuck are you talking? Kuno doesn't.
Принимать такое решение не буду. Она точно мутит. Она агентша какая-то. Эти все тут что, вы тут всю ночь будете сидеть, что ли? Вы чё?
It's you again. What is it? A witness? You ain't got shit.
That's just tactics, Titus.
Well, let's hear it.
This goes without saying, but nonetheless, don't give out his name.
Yeah, right. Like we wouldn't know if an MI plant.
I've seen this shit a million times, Titus. Fly fishing. They are desperate.
It's you assholes that feel the need to go around like a...
Yeah. It's like they put cowbells on you before they send you to the streets. What's with the cowbells, policeman? Those flaccid MI cocks
Белые
It
писюны.
means the whole scene was long and drawn out.
What is this fella's problem? Sorry we didn't make it more action.
Shanky, it's Shanky, right? I thought there's something wrong about the lynching story. Now I know that.
You don't know.
I know you are lying, Shanky.
You didn't break this wagon fort, but you did manage to rattle the people inside.
Arab guy?
Well, yeah. What is confusing you? Eugene, Theo, and Elaine. Some witness. I pulled dust.
You don't have to go to school for shit. I never went to school.
You're doing a hell of a job, man.
Fuck. I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than...
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
She wasn't raped. The witnesses' statements were very clear.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my god... And you went and pushed her.
Titus Hardy.
Success. Titus backs off.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south...
The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafe... Someone has to rush in to break the tension.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him show it to him, T. What's that?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters. A mess.
You don't care about evidence.
Speaks, T. They don't care about getting the truth.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you... What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. You think we go into this shit deaf and
Это
dumb.
она ему ж
You
кассету
RCM
дала.
aren't the only
Она
ones who
шпионка
know how to
какая-то
bug people.
по-любому.
There's no university to... We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you...
Understood? You've listened in on their...
Since way before their chief started taking swing lists.
Things got nice and quiet.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those...
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
Cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, yeah? You do that.
Так, а могу ли я сейчас пойти к барышне и это обсудить? То, что я понял, что она это... Что она задумала.
This medicine cabinet is pill bottles. The lieutenant...
Ну иди ты, куда? Что ты встал-то?
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them. You catch a single white flower between your fingers. The young woman looks at the Maybell. The lieutenant gives you an acknowledging little...
I was just thinking, what a nice
She looks at the dried petals in your palm. Chipped white polish covers the nail. It's long and sharp.
Pretty. Looks like a dried Maybell. Is that the one you... Martial arts, sir?
Samurai boxing, or
Why was there a flower on the roof?
or an admirer.
Admirers? I'm too old to be a debutante. And this place is no fashionable society. It sounds like the boys would have preferred my saying it did happen.
She is not at all worried the tape will contradict her.
What does that recording say?
We are in the process of listening to it.
She nods, exhaling a dense cloud of cigarette smoke.
Not my favorite topic. How about we... Yeah?
То
Alright,
есть
sure.
никаких новых ответов нет.
The record.
Ну, они его точно не убивали. Они уже его дохлого так отвезли, привезли. Ладно, еще что мне надо сделать? Мне нужно сделать вот это последнее действие и спать. Что за игра-то, а? Что за игра? Ножик я не могу у него взять тут? Но с холодильником я еще не решил, мне это, конечно, не нравится.
Over there, in the corner. You can almost see the shape of a man.
You can barely see through. Better not to jump to the footprints on the floor, however.
You lean closer to the peephole instinctively. This is the inside.
Опа, ее нет. Так. Куда она делась? Может сказать про дырочку в стене?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. What wall? I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the whirling does not abide. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment?
Это он подглядывал, видимо.
Yes. Another thing. Yes. You're already set for the night.
Ну, говнюк. Ой, эти уже ушли. Не могу собрать бутылочки. Этот чувак, кто это такой? Ну, спать.
Yes? What do you want to know? Good.
Пока. Угу.
The compact tape player is the broken tape player doesn't have the ability to.
А, тут типа слишком поздно Ким спать пошел сам.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your.
Так какой мне там инструмент нужен? Оба инструмента, может быть.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Давайте попробуем.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom. The chain cutters. A mirror hangs on the bathroom. The chain.
Чемпичка.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain.
У меня на 8% лучше срабатывал. Давай, все, сейчас вот. Сейчас
A
должен
mirror
быть.
hangs on the bathroom wall. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just. It told you that you needed those chain cutters. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
Угу. Ну дела. Так, ладно, все, спать.
The bed is still cold from. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep, you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than...
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people. Really sure you do.
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours. Running in the... People are beautiful. Statuesque. Parodies and tragedies of themselves.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some greater awareness? Look at all these lights.
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does it? Time to rise and wipe...
Угу. То есть в этот раз ничего ходить не надо. И без снов, просто порассуждали. Заменил бы уж мне окошечко. Все, блин, я, конечно, мне кажется, еще всю ночь бы нафиг обыгрался. Очень нравится. Very. I like it very much. Ну что